Hello, gang. Welcome to the Adrel Show. So, if you're just joining us for the first time, welcome. If you're watching live, thank you so much for tuning in. Essentially, on the Adrel Show, what we do is we look at World of Warcraft, primarily retail, so that's Dragonflight and soon to be the War Within. And basically, I try to cover all things gold making, mount collecting, and we, as a result of that, do a lot of alt army stuff as well. And that's sort of what the focus of today's stream is going to be. Of course, we have the War Within, which is the new expansion dropping next week. And so we're getting geared up for that, right? We've potentially leveled a bunch of characters. I say potentially because I'm not sure what you're doing, but I know I've leveled up a whole bunch of characters during the Mists of Pandaria Remix event, and also during the Radiant Echoes War Within launch event that's going on right now. And so I'm sitting at, or at least I plan on having almost 40 level 70s, which is fine and dandy, right? The aim of that is to be able to make a lot more gold, especially using things like the concentration system and some of the other things that we'll get into as we we'll cross those bridges when we get to them. But essentially for today's stream, what I wanted to focus on is all the other prep that we need to do, right? I have all these characters leveled up, but it's going to take a while into the War Within to get them actually set up to the point that they're making gold for us, and that we can just sort of log on, press the buttons, and pull out gold, right? That's going to take a while. It's going to take a little bit of setup. And interestingly, in this past week, Blizzard has nerfed a bunch of the things that would have made alt armies a little bit more OP. What I mean by that is they've fixed a bunch of the things that would have been very degen, would have taken a lot of time and energy and effort, but would have also given you a fairly significant advantage. And we'll get into that as well. But essentially, the rough plan is to start off with, we'll go through some of the Wowhead articles, look at some of the things that Blizzard has changed, give my thoughts on those and why I think they're good changes, although they are going to negatively impact my ability to make gold. On the whole, I think they're great changes. I would much rather be at a not be at a disadvantage, have no one get the advantage, than, I have to do a bunch of like really degenerate stuff on a whole bunch of characters and spend a bunch of time and energy and effort to be able to compete with the big boys, I guess. So yeah, we'll go over those to begin with, after which we'll log on to the retail servers. There's a couple things that I wanted to cover there. We'll then hop onto a remix character just for a second because there are some changes there as well. There's another reward that's been added or at least fixed. And then we will, because it's Friday and that's what we do on Fridays, we'll hop onto the beta. And today's goal is I want to see how long does it actually take between when the War Within drops. How much effort and energy do we need to put into these alt characters before they're actually giving us some benefits, right? We've tested this out in previous weeks on the beta. I think Wednesday's stream as well, we hopped onto the beta for a little bit and sort of tinkered around quite literally with engineering. And so I want to see essentially, during early access, how much time am I going to need to carve out for each of these characters? Having 40 level 70s is great. But if it's going to require like 3 hours per character per week, then guess what? Having those, it would make no difference to me whether I had 10 level 70s or 40, right? At a certain point, there's diminishing returns. And so I kind of want to see how alts are kind of going to work on the beta. What advantages do we have? How can we make use of them in the most efficient method? Because even after Blizzard's fixes, there are a couple of things that you can still do with your alt army that will save you a little bit of artisan security, save you a little bit of the the time restrictions and things like that are on there. All right, with that said, let's hop over to Wowhead real quick. And so the first one is a little bit different than some of the stuff we usually cover, which is more gold making and stuff like that. It looks like Blizzard may be partnering with Trolley. The only reason that I bothered to cover this is any of y'all who have watched the stream for a while know that I'm a huge sour candy addict, and so the fact that they have that they're actually partnering with a sour candy company just seems like it's tailor made for someone like me who both loves World of Warcraft and loves sour candy. So yeah, it does look like this promotion may only be in the US. So I'm not sure if I'll be able to get a hold of these where I live, but I do have some friends and family members who live in the States, and I'm sure I can convince them to buy a couple bags of this and who knows, if you guys are interested, let me know in chat or in the comments, and I may even try and pick up a couple extra and see if I can do like a giveaway or something like that, which may be kind of fun. But essentially, it looks like from the data mining, you'll basically get one of these gummy worm pets, which is pretty cool, right? Like, I think that's pretty awesome. It remains to be seen whether or not this is tradable. If it is, that could be kind of interesting. I also wonder if Blizzard is going to allow people to sell these in game, because if so, that seems kind of OP for North American players. I also do wonder if this is going to be the kind of thing where maybe European servers are able to get this in some other way. Should be interesting though. Definitely something to keep an eye on. And let's not spend too much time on that. Now, this is the biggest thing here. These are the hot fixes that Blizzard patched in yesterday. The first one is that it looks like one of the mythic ensembles was previously not purchasable for some players, and now it should be. So we'll hop on to Remix in a second here and make sure that we have that picked up, since I did spend a lot of time on stream farming up literally every single reward in Remix. I think the only ones I have left are basically I need to run Mythic Siege of Orgrimmar at some point. I've done Mythic Garrosh, I just haven't done the other bosses, and so that's something I definitely need to get to before Remix ends in, what is it, in 4 days. Yeah, we are really cutting close to the wire there. The more interesting hotfix here for gold making is this one right here. The fact that the Artisan's Acuity reagent for rare and epic profession tools and accessories may now only be provided by the customer for crafting orders. So if you have no idea what that means, essentially in the War Within, similar to in Dragonflight, every single profession will have 2 accessories and 1 profession tool. Now, those tools and accessories basically give you bonus skill to the profession, as well as give you some crafting stats like resourcefulness, which will give you back some of the mats that you use. Will give you potentially crafting speed, which will just make things craft a bit faster, which is, I mean, won't make you more gold, but will definitely, I mean, it could make you more gold if you have a limited amount of time to play. And so, you know, if you could just get more crafts out, all the better. There's another one called Ingenuity, which works with the concentration system, which is a little bit more complicated, which we'll get back to. And then we have the GOAT crafting stat, in my opinion, which is multi-craft, which basically increases your chance to create more than one or 2 or whatever the recipe is supposed to give you. With multi-craft, if it procs for you, you'll, instead of, let's say, you know, you need 5 cloth to make 1 of this item. If multi-craft procs, that's the same craft may result in as many as like 6. I think it's basically anywhere from 2 to 6 bonus items that you can get. So to craft those profession tools, you can get green or uncommon versions, you know, super easy. I mean, they're going to be expensive at the start of the expansion, like everything will be, just because of the fact that mats are going to be expensive, but those are very easy to craft. You'll learn the recipes off of the profession trainer, and for a lot of professions you can actually craft them for yourself. So the green ones aren't going to be that difficult. Let me show you an example of what I mean here. I'm not sure if we have the War Within recipe showing up here. We don't, so we'll take a look at those a little bit more on the beta realms, because I want to talk about some things we can do with them. But if we come over to enchanting, this is a good example, right? This is the green profession tool, which will give you some bonus skill and some of the stat. And then you also have these blue or rare versions of the tools, and these ones are harder to come by. The main reason is, well, a couple of reasons. First of all, you can't buy these on the auction house. They're buy on pickup, which means that you need to either craft them for yourself or like set up a crafting order for them. The other thing that it means, the other reason that they're harder to come by is, of course, because the mats required are a lot, what do you call it? Not necessarily, but are a lot rarer, I guess is probably the best way to put it. So that's the other reason that these are a little bit harder to acquire. And then I won't say the main reason, but essentially the main reason is because of the fact that you need Artisan's Metal in order to craft this. In the War Within, it's called Artisan's Acuity instead. And essentially, this is like a resource that, oh, thank you, Rajiv Malhotra. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time tinkering around with with all the creative stuff. So it really means a lot that you're appreciating the graphics. Took a lot of work. All right, so what I was saying was basically Artisan's Medal, or its War Within equivalent, which is called Artisan's Acuity, is going to be really hard to come by. You'll get 200 of it from your first quest, but beyond that, it's going to be a little bit tough to come by. One of the things that you can do, or the way it worked prior to this change that we just looked at in the patch notes, was that when you created when you like sent someone else a crafting order, you had the option to let them use their own, to let the crafter use up their Artisan's Acuity. So if we come over to Inscription, for instance, you can see that here for the Dragonflight versions, you can still not provide this and send a crafting order to someone for it. In the War Within, I don't think we have the War Within items loaded up here on the live realms yet, because it's still being troubleshooted. It's still being bug fixed and whatever else. But basically, in the War Within, you won't be able to use this up from a crafter. The reason that makes a difference is because our original plan was that basically we would level up, we would take a bunch of alts into the War Within. We would have them get, all their one-time sources of Artisan's Acuity. And then from our main character, for instance, this is my main character, I have jewel crafting and enchanting on them. What I would have done was I would have sent a crafting order to an alt character that I didn't really care too much about, and have them use up their Artisan's Acuity to craft, the tool and the 2 accessories. And as a result, the Artisan's Acuity that I have on my main, I could then put towards buying recipes or knowledge points, or any of the other things that you use Artisan's Acuity for. Those are the 2 major ones, is buying more knowledge points and on buying recipes. I don't think there are any other uses, but I may be mistaken there. So essentially with this change, you can no longer do that. That said, there is still an advantage to using an alt to craft your profession tools. The reason being is because the profession tool recipes themselves cost 150 Artisan's Acuity. Now, if we were to do that on our main, it could work, right? There is definitely going to be a lot of gold to be made in crafting profession gear, right? I definitely plan on having at least 1 alt per profession that just focuses on crafting profession gear. I've said it before and I'll say it again. During a gold rush, the best way to make money isn't mining for gold with everyone else. It's selling shovels and pickaxes, right? That's what we want to do at the start of the War Within, at any point in this game. If you can find a market where you're selling to people who think they're going to be making more gold, that is a great market, because a lot of people forget about those spaces, and so you have a lot higher likelihood of carving out a niche. So essentially that's what we're going to do, and that's one of the things that I want to test out when we hop onto the beta in a few here, and see essentially how difficult it's going to be to get a character to the point that they can craft all those profession tools, whether they can get enough knowledge points and so forth as well. The final reason that it's hard to come by these blue profession tools is also because of the fact that they have a quality. Oh, thank you. That's so sweet of you. The other reason that it's hard to come by those items at higher qualities is because of the fact that they just require a lot more skill, right? The recipe difficulty is a lot higher on these. And so you do need to idly use better quality materials for them, which will be very, very, very expensive at the start of the War Within. Most likely, I spent actually on Wednesday's stream, I think we did it, where we went through and actually bothered to upgrade all these to rank 5 on all of my crafters, or at least most of my crafters. But in the War Within, don't get used to having these at rank 5. The first couple of weeks, if not months, you're probably going to have these at maybe rank 2, rank 3 if you're lucky, right? Yeah, definitely don't get used to having these at max quality. This will be something that you craft at a lower quality. You may not even be able to afford enchants at the start for them, right? But essentially you will want to get these, you will want to get all these tools as soon as possible for all of your professions. And the other thing to note is that unfortunately, because of the fact that Artisan's Acuity isn't tied to a single profession, it will mean that you do kind of need to pick one profession that you want to focus on per character. That's going to be a little bit tough for me in particular, because of the fact that I love jewel crafting and I love enchanting as well. I love what Blizzard did by making concentration, tied to the individual professions. because that way I don't need to sort of play favorites between jewel crafting and enchanting. If I want to compete in jewel crafting and enchanting, I will need to create another character on which I throw either jewel crafting or enchanting, who becomes sort of my main jewel crafter or my main enchanter. It's unfortunate because I really like doing everything on my main character, right? Jewel crafting and enchanting are the professions that I like the most, especially for gold making. And so every expansion until now, I've kind of been able to prioritize both of them, if not equally, you know, at least fairly. It's been less of a struggle to pick between the two. I mean, Artisan's Metal was one of the limiting reagents early on, and so that's not great. In all honesty, just because of the fact that this is my main character, this is the character that I plan on doing the most content on, right? Doing the early quests on, like working through all of the content for, I probably will have to prioritize enchanting, just because of the fact that I'll be disenchanting more items on this character. And so as a result, having more enchanting skill will be more advantageous, right? I'll be getting the most epics and blues and greens that I don't need on this character. And so it just makes sense for me to be able to, you know, disenchant with the most skill as well. And second of all, enchanting in Dragonflight was a great profession for gold making, but that was also because of the fact that in Dragonflight, enchanting didn't have different quality mats, right? Vibrant shards only came in one quality. That's not how it works in the War Within. In the War Within, vibrant shards are going to come in rank 1, rank 2, or rank 3. And so having higher enchanting skill should allow us to disenchant better quality materials as well. But we will take a look at that in more depth when we hop onto the beta. All right, let's come back to our article real quick. Another cool little thing that's cool for alt armies in particular is that in an interview with Maximum, who's like the GM, I guess, for what do you call it, for Liquid, who are like the world first champions and right, one of, if not the best guild in the world. They mentioned that actually there's going to be a discount on upgrades for alt characters. So basically, once your main character gets to a certain eye level, it'll be around 30% of a crest discount on alts, which is pretty awesome because that means you will be able to gear up your alts a lot quicker. So overall, W change, right? Great stuff. I'm super excited about this. All of these changes are great, and I think makes things a lot better for your average World of Warcraft player, and also for players like me who do spend a lot more time in the game or engaging with the systems. You know, I think it's really great changes across the board coming out, and I'm glad to see that Blizzard is making all these changes and fixing all these things before the actual game goes live, because in Dragonflight, it was unfortunately still kind of the old Blizzard rule of exploit early, exploit often before they fix it, because there weren't really too much in the way of penalties for people who did do things that may have been considered exploits, right? Like I may have considered them exploits. I think it's a bit of a fuzzy line because it was on Blizzard's end, right? Like there was no way in game of knowing that that wasn't the way the systems were supposed to work. But Dragonflight, a lot of the fun of the early professions sort of got a little bit messed up simply because of the fact that a lot of people had figured out these cheeses or were willing to no-life things before Blizzard fixed them and nerfed them. Things like dirt farming or, inspiration being kind of broken. Things like that. You know, a lot of players who were just spending days within the first couple of weeks logged into the game doing things. Were able to get huge advantages, and I'm happy to see that it seems like Blizzard is trying to close a lot of those gaps and make it a more level playing field for everyone, which again, like I said, kind of negatively impacts me because I will be putting a lot of time into the first couple of weeks of the War Within at least. But on the whole, I think it's a lot better for the overall player base, and I think that in general, that's a lot better for the game as a whole, right? I keep believing that World of Warcraft is at its most fun when it's the most accessible and when casual players are having a great time and can log on for a couple of hours per day, right? That's when there's the most people playing. That's when everything is better in this game. So on the whole, I'm really excited about these changes. North American players get free game time. Just a little reminder there. Now, the last thing that I wanted to touch on is since Remix is ending in 4 days, I think we have one more stream on Monday. Technically, Monday's stream will... I think Monday will literally be when Remix is ending, right? Do we have a date in the article here? I don't know if it mentions it here. But yeah, this may be our last stream while Remix is still active, which is kind of interesting. But there is this great article that that Wowhead has put together, where they've listed out all the different rewards you can get. And like I said, there's I think 4 of them that I'm still waiting on, like that I haven't gotten yet. One of which is Mythic Siege Remix. I've done Garrosh, but I still need to do the other bosses, and so this I'm probably gonna get done over the weekend. And I need to double check that I picked this one up on the Alliance. I don't think I've done any Alliance Remix characters as such so far, but we'll hop into Remix in a second here and get that done as well. And then I have, I think, a couple of these heirloom items, I think 1 or 2 of them left that I haven't picked up yet, just because I don't have the Bones of Manaroth. I have more than enough bronze to purchase everything, if not a couple of times. But yeah, make sure you pick up the Tusk of Manaroth, right? This is going to go back to its crazily low drop rate afterwards. So if you're a Transmog fan, make sure you pick this up, right? It will require 2 Mythic Garrosh kills to get it done. Or you may have to do a couple more days of, if you don't have a character that's as gear. I think Heroic Garrosh shouldn't be too difficult to get done, especially since the lockouts are daily. I would have honestly expected Blizzard to sort of buff drop rates or, add in any other rewards that they were planning on. I'm still holding out hope. I'm not entirely certain as to why, but I am holding out hope that the weapon appearances, they will add an arsenal. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, essentially in Mists of Pandaria Remix, you can buy all of the different cosmetics that you want off of the vendor, except for weapon appearances. Those are still tied to RNG for whatever reason, and I don't feel great about that. Also because of the fact that I've put a lot of hours into Remix, and I haven't unlocked any of those rewards. Like, I haven't unlocked a fraction of those rewards, and so I am sort of the hope that they will add an arsenal at some point, though I feel like if they were going to, they would have probably already done it by now, and it doesn't seem like they've done that, right? But other than that, I mean, all these appearances, we've unlocked everything. Other things that you may want to pick up, right? There's these 4 toys that you'll get for upgrading your cloak. That shouldn't take you too long. You'll most likely unlock this achievement just by leveling up 1 character to 70. You will also get this cool Phoenix mount, just for getting a character to level 20, which again shouldn't take you more than about 20 to 30 minutes, if that, right? And then there's these zone achievements that you can get that'll unlock different toys and cosmetics and things like that. And we've completed all of these, I believe. I'm not sure why it's not showing us this one. Let's hop onto one of our remix characters here. I think this was the most recent one that I completed. But I believe I finished this achievement as well. I'm not sure why it's showing up here. I don't remember I don't think we did it on stream, but we did that. The Reigns of the Astral Serpent mount, Astral Emperor's Serpent mount, right? This is also a super sick looking mount. Definitely recommend picking this up. And then there's a pet, there's a weapon illusion, and another pet as well that you'll get from doing the Timeless Isle. There's also all of these mounts that you can pick up for just the bronze currency, and actually 18 of them you can get completely free for literally creating a new character. I posted a YouTube short about this the other day, so if you haven't checked that out, check that out. But essentially what you can do is you can hop onto any character. You can literally create a brand new character and do this. But what you'll need to do is you'll open up the toy box, you'll hit the warband map to everywhere all at once. I think I've already done it on this character, which is why it's not popping up for us. But essentially clicking on that will give you all the exploration achievements, which in Remix gives you 3,000 bronze per character. And you can do this on a freshly created character. You can literally create a character who will start at level 10, hit that toy, get your 3,000 bronze, fly over to the Infinite Bazaar. The closest one, if you're creating a new character, is right here at the Tian Monastery in the Jade Forest itself. And then you have 3,000 bronze to spend on basically anything, right? There's 18 mounts that you can pick up for less than that. There's a couple of the toys that you can pick up for less than that. There's a bunch of fun things like that you can do. I do want to see if we have unlocked this transmog. It looks like we have already picked this up. So we don't need to create an alliance character in order to do this. Let's quickly look at the other arsenal that they fixed. I think I do have a decent amount of well, I know I have a bunch of bronze spread out across a bunch of characters. Yeah, this character is sitting on 39,000 bronze, and we've already picked up every single reward. Let's try picking this one up. I'm not sure if this is the one that they fixed. Let me browse your goods. Now, most likely I'm going to right click on these and it's going to tell me that I already have the reward, but this bronze is all going away, so there's not really much I can do with the bronze by leaving it on the character in any case. So let's just go ahead and buy any of the appearances that we still need or that are still showing up on the vendor. Interestingly enough, it's not showing us anything on this vendor. I thought we had it set to just hide all appearances. Let's see if it's kept the filters here. Yeah, so we can pick up the heirlooms, but the only two of these that we need are the two shields. I'm honestly not sold on heirlooms in general. They just don't seem like they're worth it these days, given how much gold you need to invest to upgrade them to the point that they're actually useful for anything. But the completionist is in me, and I guess the appearances are the main reason for me to bother doing this, right? And I think they share the same appearance actually, right? Hellscream's shield wall and Hellscream's barrier share the same appearance, but I have a couple of these bones of Manoroth spread out across my characters, and so I need to do Mythic Siege of Orgrimmar in any case to get the title, and so I will bother to pick up those remaining two as well, right? Also because I don't have anything else to spend all this bronze on before it goes away on Monday. Now we've picked up all the mounts. I don't think they've changed anything there. Let's see if there's anything else here. Nothing. And I think that's all of the potential rewards, right? All right, let's go ahead and click on these, and yeah, all appearances already in your collection. That's sort of what I expected to see. Let's see if we can't find, let's go back and see what the actual item was here. But yeah, there's also a bunch of different transmog sets that you can pick up. All of the all of the exclusive ensembles are actually less than 3,000 bronze, so you can actually pick up two of these per new character you create, or if you already have a bunch of characters, you know, you can go ahead and do that as well. Heck, even the armor ensembles, right? The class appearances, I don't think it shows up here, but if we come over to appearances, we come over to, is it Pythagoras? Nope. This guy here, right? All of the weapon arsenals for your classes, as long as you do the achievement on one character, you can then buy all of these appearances. And trust me, they look better in when our game settings are set to higher quality. I have it just set to low because my PC likes to crash the stream sometimes if I set the settings too high and have, you know, 2 or 3 windows of WoW open. But yeah, so these are really good looking sets, especially since they're class themed. Definitely worth picking up as well if you don't already have them. All right, we wanted to come back to the article here, and we wanted to see what the item they said they fixed was. Mythic Ensemble Chronomancer. Now, I think I've already bought this, and the fact that it's not showing up on the vendor probably means that I already have it. Chronomancer, yeah, that's this one. We bought it, and we tried to use it, and it told us that we have all of the appearances already, so I guess it's just a bug that it's still showing up on the vendor for us. Let's see if refunding these items does anything. Yeah, it looks like it didn't take away any appearances when we refunded them, so I guess we don't need them. I don't know why I'm keeping extra, like there's no point to having bronze on this character in any case. I could upgrade their gear, but it's not going to make a difference simply because of the fact that we already know that all of these level 70s that we've leveled up through Remix are going to be granted eye level 467 gear in any case. And given what we've tested out on the beta on stream as well, we know that eye level 467 is going to be more than enough to smash through the bulk of early War Within leveling, right? You're not going to have any issue with eye level 467. The template characters that we've been taking through beta content is at eye level 408, and mobs still fall over pretty easily. So don't worry about the fact that you need to worry about gearing up these characters or anything like that. What I would say is the approach I'm using, at least, is I'm mainly just trying to unlock the tier sets, mainly for the appearances for each of the classes. And beyond that, just pushing eye level wherever I have flight stones and crests on characters that I don't know what else to do with. That's sort of my approach to gearing up characters, and I think you'll be fine even if you don't bother doing all of that, right? I've just been playing a lot of I've been leveling up a bunch of characters through the Radiant Echoes launch event, and so as a result, I have a bunch of the currency, and so I will buy gear with that currency for a bunch of my alts. but it's definitely not something you need to do and not something that I expect to like actually see real dividends from in any case. All right. I think that's more or less it. I don't think there's anything else we need to do on our remix characters that I plan on doing on stream at least. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else that we want to do on retail before we hop into the beta. Now, there is I will take a quick couple, like I will take a couple minutes break in a second here before we hop into the beta. We could go through, you know, I have been doing a lot of cross-realm trading. I'm recommending everyone else does the same as well. That has been my main source of revenue the past couple days, right? Doing really, really well with that. In the past week, I've made more gold on other servers than I have on my home realm, I'm fairly certain, which is kind of crazy. But I don't think it's super fun to just log through a bunch of alts. If you are interested in both how to do that, as well as what some of the results have sort of been, A, let me know in chat, and then B, check out my stream from Wednesday, because I covered that in a lot more detail there. And that's definitely one of the other major ways to make a bunch of gold with an alt army is, you know, creating, heck, you don't even need to level up characters for that. You can literally just use allied race fresh characters that you create on different realms in order to be able to sell on those realms and make a boatload of gold that way as well. And that's only going to get more powerful in the War Within. If we're making this much gold with it in Dragonflight, in the War Within, demand's going to be much higher for all of the War Within items. And so if you're able to craft them, you know, there's going to be a lot of other servers that are going to be under catered to, and that will not have as many crafters. And so competition is going to be a lot less. Demand will also be a lot less, but as a result, you can sell at much higher margins. So on the whole, it's definitely a great way to make gold is crafting on your main server and then selling it on other servers. If you play on something like a high pop server like mine. If you play on a low pop server, craft on your low pop realm and you know, maybe sell some of your items on higher pop servers so you have a good mixture of both volume and value and profit margin that you're making off of you know, a good blend, as any business should seek to do. All right, we've updated our add-ons. We don't have to update the beta, which is a nice change of pace for this stream, because usually every time I try and load up the beta, every time I try and load up the beta on the stream, they've dropped some sort of mini patch since the last time I was on the beta, and so we're good to go. Let's open up the beta, and then I'm going to take a quick break here, and then we'll come back and hop onto the beta and look at how long it takes to get a character set up. Later on in the stream, we may also spend some time looking at engineering, because there is some serious potential for things you can do ahead of the launch of the War Within for engineering, right? Items you can stockpile right now that will give you a massive advantage in engineering in the War Within. So we'll take a look at that when we come back as well. All right. Thank you so much if you're watching live. If you're watching the video on demand, thank you for watching it as well. Drop a like, drop a comment, drop a subscribe, follow, you know, all the things. And let's take a quick break and we'll come back and tinker around with everything else. See you guys in a sec. Jesus. Okay, so I've been talking on mute again, which is not great. But what I was saying was essentially what we're going to do is we're on the beta realms right now, and we're taking a look at how much effort it's going to take to get all of our alts up to speed. I see we have a bunch of people who joined us on Twitch, so welcome to everyone who's joining us on Twitch. Thank you so much for joining. What we're doing on today's stream, like I said, we're on the beta realms now, and we're looking at basically how much effort we're gonna have to put into each of these alts. Blizzard has changed a bunch of the things that was previously super OP for alt armies, where basically early on you could fly around and loot treasures just out in the open world on every character and get a bunch of artisans acuity that way. They nerfed that. That's no longer possible. Then there was some thinking that maybe you could send crafting orders to other characters to have them use up their crafting order and have them use their artisan's acuity, saving artisan's acuity on your main, which is one of the currencies that one of the items that we're going to be using a lot in crafting in the War Within, but it's very difficult to come by. And the reason it's so valuable is because you need it for your profession tools, your profession accessories, as well as to buy knowledge point books and for certain recipes. And so that's why the goal was to try and save as much artisan's acuity on our main crafters as possible. And with yesterday's hotfix, Blizzard nerfed that as well. Which you may think that I wouldn't be happy about because of the fact that I stood to gain a lot by having that be a possibility. But in actual fact, I actually think it's a great change. I'm really, really happy that Blizzard has made that change, because it just means that I need to spend less time doing some more degenerate stuff in this game, which is always a win, right? It also means that the market is all markets are going to be a lot more competitive, and that casual players are going to be able to engage with the system and not be at a huge disadvantage because of the fact that they're not spending a bunch of time, grinding a bunch of nonsense on alts. So overall, huge W change. All right, let's just create a random blood elf. If you are watching live, drop a message in chat and I will name this character whatever you want. But you probably got to be quick because I'm not going to wait too long. I just want to get this character created and get on with our lives here. All right, I don't see anything in chat, so I'm just going to go ahead and pick a random name. That said, we're going to be creating a whole bunch of characters today because there's a bunch of different things I want to test out. And so if you do want me to name a character after you, drop a message in chat and I will happily do so. All right, so we're logged in. This, in case you're not familiar, is one of the beta test realms on which basically you can, it's designed to test out level 80 characters. So you get a template level 80 character, and there's just NPCs here that sell every sort of mat and enchant and everything else that you could possibly need. And essentially we're going to use this realm to test out some of the high level stuff, right? We can just buy knowledge points, we can buy artisan's acuity and stuff like that. So we're going to use that to test out how long it takes to basically get a character up to speed, assuming you buy all of your mats off of the auction house or that you farm up all of your own mats. And we'll do that for enchanting, and then we will hop onto the actual leveling realms and see from a practical perspective how difficult it is to get all of that done, and how much time it takes. So basically, we're going to come up with the strategy on this realm, and then we'll hop onto the leveling realms and see how it practically works. All right, so let's pick up enchanting because that's where we are going to get one of our profession tools. And there's a couple of different things that I want to check. The first is I want to see how much artisan's acuity, how many knowledge points we get just from our first craft bonuses, right? And if you're not familiar, basically the first time you craft something, in both Dragonflight and the War Within, you get some bonuses. You get some artisan's acuity, and you get a knowledge point, both of which are extremely valuable. And so what you absolutely want to do is you want to make sure that you craft every single thing your profession can craft that offers a first craft bonus, and you want to make sure that you try and get all of those done. Some of them may be more expensive, right? Like weapon enchants, especially if you have not spec'd into them, are going to be very expensive to do a first craft for, because you probably won't be able to sell them at a profit. pretty quickly after the launch of the game, right? People are going to be speccing into these sorts of things. And also because some of the recipes are a little bit hard to come by, right? It looks like this one is a dungeon drop or a drops from maybe one of the dungeons or raids or delves or something like that. And so there is a little bit of RNG tied to it, but in addition to getting the actual recipe unlocked, which will make you some gold, you'll also get a knowledge point and some artisan security, which are also going to be valuable. The other thing that we want to check is how feasible it is to sort of do a crafting orders shuffle. Now, what I mean when I say that is that basically every single profession will be getting these patron crafting orders, right? And you have a limited amount. Apparently it is tied to the individual, to the character. So it's not tied to the profession, it's tied to the character. And so what I mean by that is it's not a situation where you can pick up enchanting, complete these 3 patron crafting orders. The reason we would want to do that is because each of these reward some artisan acuity, but it's not reward some artisan acuity or reward a knowledge point. I don't know if any of these are going to show up as doing that. It looks like all 3 that we have here just give artisan acuity. But the idea would be that you pick up a profession, right? You complete these 3 crafting orders, then you drop the profession and pick up another one and complete the crafting orders. That was one of the things that I thought may work. But what someone was telling me on Reddit was that that's not how it works, and actually it's limited. So if we complete these 3 for enchanting, and then let's say drop enchanting and pick up alchemy instead, we won't get 3 new crafting orders for alchemy. But I do want to double check that, and so we will test that out as well, because that could also be another good source of some early artisan's acuity. It's going to be expensive, but everything is. It's the start of an expansion. That's just how it works, right? But okay, first things first, we're going to basically level up enchanting. And sorry, I need to ban someone in chat. We got a spammer. We got a spammer on our hands, folks. Hey, Golden, welcome to the stream. How's it going? No, I won't ban you. I saw you posted a bunch more videos. I started watching them. They're really cool. I'm glad. Oh, accidentally muted myself. There was something on my mic, and so I touched it, which was a bad move. But yeah, I saw you've been posting a bunch more videos. So yeah, they look really cool. Alchemy guide, alchemy. The transmute. I tried going through alchemy on stream, and the transmutations part is so confusing. I'm looking forward to your guide because I'm sure you'll explain it a lot. Explain it pretty well. Yeah, all of the phrasing is just, it sounds like gobbledygook, right? Like after a certain point, I couldn't tell what like actual words and what were like just alchemy transmutation jargon, where it was like you need 10 black transmutagens to like okay, sick. I'm looking forward to that. Because I was trying to break it down on stream a bit and like trying to understand it mainly for myself, to be honest. And I just could not figure out what was going on, or like even just how to get the basic maths. Like I couldn't figure out what the output was supposed to be, because it seemed like every single cooldown or every single transmute I did was just giving me more like random maths that did not make any sense. So I'm stoked for that. But yeah, how are you feeling about the different changes that they made to the artisan's acuity, and like nerfing the treasures and nerfing crafting orders and like the personal crafting orders, and being able to you know, all the degen stuff that they've taken out? Because I'm pretty stoked about it, to be honest. I'm actually kind of happy. Like I know I'm gonna be like, it would have given me an advantage over a lot of people, which would have made me a lot more gold probably. But at the same point, I genuinely feel like World of Warcraft is at its best when it doesn't reward degen behavior beyond a certain point, right? Like there's still advantages to using alts to craft your profession tools. I'm still going to do that just so that, you know, the 150 artisans acuity that the recipes cost, I'll save those at least on my main, like on my main crafters. But I was planning on having professions like I was planning on having characters that spec'd into profession tools in any case. So it's I can sort of just do it whenever I want instead. Cause yeah. But on the whole, I kind of prefer it because I'm like, I don't need to do all of the degen crap in order to be like competitive with most of these professions, especially with the region-wide auction house, man. Like it's one thing if you know everything was still on like server restricted auction houses. Even then, I mean, playing on a high pop server, I play on Illidan, which is like one of the fullest servers in the world, and certainly in North America. And so there would, like, if there's degen players, they're definitely on Illidan, right? But especially with the region-wide auction house, it's so much harder to not oh my god, I forgot what I was trying to say. To not do all the degen stuff in order to be competitive. Oh, I agree with you. Working together. Well, getting goblins to work together is always going to be tough because it's not quite a zero-sum game, but it definitely is more of a zero-sum game than a lot of other parts of this game, right? I guess PvE, not really, right? Unless you're in like a race to world first or something like that. And I guess if you're like rolling for loot, then it is kind of a little bit more zero-sum. But gold making definitely is more so. Yeah, but I agree with you. I feel like the game is way more fun when things are more casually accessible, when more people are interested in professions and stuff like that. Although it means more competition, I feel like that's when it's more engaging. That's when it's more fun, right? That's when there's more posts on WoW Economy for me to like consider different things, right? All right, so what I was saying was we're going to try and see how far we can push into enchanting and how many knowledge points we actually need to unlock the blue item. I was also saying that I think most likely I'm probably going to spend the bulk of my artisan's acuity on this character. Like I'm probably just going to save up and craft the epic version of the tool. Although I'm in two minds, because on one hand, the epic version of the tool makes us use up less concentration. And so that's really only useful. Like that sort of means that the only time that this tool is going to be especially useful is if it has ingenuity on it. It's gonna kind of be pointless to put crafting speed, multi-craft, or resourcefulness on this tool. I guess it does give you more of the secondary stat, so it's not completely pointless, but early on at least, I think we probably need to craft this with ingenuity. Oh, really? So you're saying to go either Kulturan or Goblin for alchemists? Ooh, okay. Yeah, because my main alchemist doesn't is an orc, and I can I've the only time I've what do you call it, race changed a character was my main, just because I got sick of playing a panda. Like I couldn't take it seriously anymore, and so I race changed into a blood elf. But I don't know if I would do that just to make gold. Though I may have to. Although most likely I'll probably just do all of my alchemy stuff on alts. I think that character I'll probably just focus on inscription. Although then again, I'm kind of like, well, then if I want to focus on inscription on that character, ideally that character should be a Nightborn, right? For the bonus skill there. Let's see. I play Horde, so I do have plenty of each of the Horde races and allied races. In terms of alliance characters, I have like maybe 2 or 3 cool Tyrans. I mean, I suppose I do still technically have long enough left in Remix that I could try Remix leveling a bunch of alliance characters as well. Probably wouldn't take all that long, right? What is it? You need like 20 dungeons. Because I'm trying to think if I could manually. Oh, I was trying to think like if I could use my Horde level 20 Twink to power level my alliance characters. Now I know they can only group when they're in a dungeon, so I would have to forego the bonus like dungeon finder experience that you get, which I guess is a significant chunk as well. But theoretically, I could still do it in about 2 hours. because you get 10 dungeon lockouts per hour, and you need about 22 heroic dungeons to get a character from 10 to 70 is what I recall. I think it's actually less since the pre-patch. I think the numbers I'm thinking of are prior to the pre-patch. So I wonder if you could just like manually run those characters into a heroic dungeon, not use the dungeon finder because you can't use that cross faction, and that way I save myself the time and energy of having to like set up a level 20 twink for Alliance that I can use for like 3 days. Because I mean the 2 bonus skill points that you'll get as a Kultiran or as a I think I have some Draenei's as well, so for jewel crafting we'll do that. I don't think I have any of the races that get like the blacksmithing benefit. Theoretically I could level them through I could just level those Alliance characters through the residual memories, or what do you call it, Radiant Echoes event, and it would just take me like 3 hours per character. I may do that, we'll see. Anyway, but yeah, so for the profession tool, it kind of seems like, I mean, I guess the secondary stat buff is quite a bit as well. It's 100 extra bonus secondary stat. No, not 100. What is it? It's 238 versus 329. So yeah, about 90 secondary stat, which is what, 9% more multi-craft? Jeez, okay, yeah, so we are probably going to need to get this done as soon as possible. 2 bonus skill to alchemy only really applies to transmutation alchemy. Wow, that does seem really weird that they made the breakpoint +2 skill. I feel kind of weird about them having, like, I get why they have the racial bonuses, because it's sort of carried over from the way the professions used to work. But I feel like if it's one of those breakpoint things, right? Because it was the same thing with jewel crafting, right? Like I remember Mantius early on, and I actually figured it out before I saw Mantius do it on stream. But he converted his like main jewel crafter over to a Draenei because of the fact that you would enter hidden skill value for like the what do you call it? The neck item that would give you bonus sockets. And so those are selling really well for me until everyone figured out that the way to do it was to craft that on a Draenei, and I just wasn't willing to like race change my main over to a Draenei and like move it across factions, because also we didn't have the warband bank and like what do you call it, region-wide guilds and guild banks and stuff like that, so it just seemed too fiddly for me, so I didn't bother doing it. But that didn't feel great, and so I do kind of wonder if I do kind of hope that they change something to make it less critical. If you're saying that it's the only way to, like, if it is super important. But okay, so for enchanting, ideally we do want to get, I mean, all of our tools, like once we've crafted everything else once, we do ideally want to get epic tools for multi-craft, resourcefulness, and for ingenuity. I think we'll have to probably play it by ear as to which one we get first. And I guess we should also look at recrafting costs to see if there is a situation where maybe we craft it with resourcefulness, do a bunch of crafts, and then, recraft it with ingenuity. I don't think that will financially work out. But that may be what we need to do, because that may work out saving us some more artisan's acuity in the short term at least. But okay, let's start doing our first craft bonuses. I want to see how many knowledge points we get, as well as how much artisan's acuity we get just from doing the first craft bonuses, and how much more we need to farm up. Although theoretically, we probably wouldn't need to farm up any on these characters that are purely crafting tools, because all we really need, the only artisan's acuity we need them to have, technically, is 150 artisan's acuity, so they can buy the recipe for the specific tool that we want to craft. And then anything above that is sort of just a bonus, right? We can use it on knowledge points to either make our tools at a higher, to craft it at a higher quality. Though if we're just using them to craft a profession tool, I mean, the concentration is like, we'll be maxing out, we'll be using up as much concentration as we can in any case. But okay, first things first, let's figure out what we're doing, like where we end up after our first craft bonuses. I am trying to figure out, I think I jotted down a little leveling guide for for myself for enchanting. But I may not have gotten to enchanting yet, so we can probably jot that down as we're going. Although actually doing it on a blood elf was the wrong call then. Should we? Okay, I think we're gonna hop. I'm in two minds. Because on one hand, I don't plan on putting enchanting on any character that isn't a blood elf. On the other hand, for a little, anyway, we'll just do it in this character. Cause whatever. We need to get to 10 skill points to unlock these next recipes, and so first things first, we've got to. I think probably we can actually get to like 15 skill probably just by disenchanting items. Right? I don't know what level that caps out at. Do we have any like vendor items that we can just buy like crappy greens to see how far enchanting how far disenchanting gets us? I'm guessing not. Can I disenchant these? Is it gonna let me? Okay, but these are all epics. Do any of these vendors sell greens? Probably not, right? Equipment enhancements? I don't think we can disenchant any of these items though. What was the other profession that we need to? We need a tailor as well, and tailoring doesn't have any profession bonuses. Like no races get a profession bonus. All right, so let's do this. Let's pick up tailoring as well, and we'll just sort of simulate what we're going to do on this character. And tailoring and enchanting are a good combo to have in general, just because of the fact that you can craft your own items to disenchant, right? I mean, that was always like the classic pairing. All right, why don't we have, oh yeah, Khazalgar tailoring. I still am not feeling great about the fact that Khazalgar tailoring, you can't really craft anything until you farm up a couple of, until you farm up some of the mats to unravel. It does seem weird to me that you, like, you can't just start crafting straight away. I guess you do need to unravel, but I guess you could just buy weaver cloth. I'm guessing weaver cloth will be super expensive early on, both because of the fact that everyone's going to be needing it to level tailoring, but also because of the fact that it only drops for tailors. So by definition, anyone who's selling weaver cloth is foregoing their own ability to like make a profit off of it. But okay, tailoring, I think we said basically we'll unravel till 10 skill is what I've jotted down in my notes here, and then we'll do first craft bonuses to basically push the profession the rest of the way. And while we're unraveling, I'm just going to take a quick 10-second break, so I'll see you guys in a second. So what I was saying was we'll basically unravel until we get to skill level 10, and then we'll do the first craft bonuses, and I want to see how much artisan's acuity we get from just doing that. From our first craft bonuses, because I want to figure out which professions sort of benefit the most from this. Interestingly enough, enchanting doesn't have much in the way of crafting orders, but that sort of makes sense because I don't think there's a weekly quest to do crafting orders. So for if the patron order shuffle does work, enchanting's probably not going to be the one that's worth doing it on. Whereas tailoring has 12. And what that person on Reddit was saying was that these 12 will carry over to the other professions. And so if we do, let's say 3 of these on this, any other profession we pick up is going to be limited there. Though then again, that probably means that any character you're planning on picking up enchanting on, it's worth doing a couple of the crafting orders on another character, on another profession first, because the fact that for enchanting you will only get 3, which presumably will reward an equal amount of artisan's acuity to the other professions. But I don't know if Blizzard has balanced things to that level. And I would assume they probably haven't. All right, now we need to craft weaver cloth bolts, which means we need a bunch of vendor mats. And I know I figured out which vendor was selling them the other day on stream. I just didn't write it down, so now we have to hunt again. And I don't have my vendor search none of my vendor search add-ons installed on the beta, so that's not great. All right, is this guy? Nope. That's not the person either. I think it should be this NPC right here, because it looks like they have most of the other vendor mats. I think I probably just scrolled past it and didn't realize it. Mosswool thread, there we go. Oh, and it looks like they nerfed how expensive this was, because I remember we were saying on when we were testing it on stream the other day, it was like 12 gold a piece or something crazy like that. And they have brought the price down to something far more reasonable. 7 silvers is bearable. Let's just pick up 100 of those as well. And make sure you're buying all of your vendor mats on a goblin. That 20% discount does add up, especially if you're crafting in bulk. All right, now let's craft a whole bunch of bolts. I think we'll need more than 16 bolts. In my notes here, I have 50 bolts. Oh, so we should idly have enough mats to just craft 50 of them, because I think that'll yeah, 50 of them will get us to 25 skill, which will unlock the spec tree, which should allow us to do everything else. Basic to alter armies. Okay, so that's interesting what you're saying, Golden, that they're going to be inexpensive to set up. Because my worry was that with especially things like tailoring, where cloth is now only going to drop for tailors, unless they've changed that again. My worry is that tailoring is not going to be that cheap to level up on alts. And so I think the other professions as well, maybe. I mean, early on, everything's going to be pricey, right? So it doesn't really make sense to look at early on. And that's also only like the first couple of weeks before people are farming things and you know, optimizing their farms and all that fun stuff. Yeah, that's a good point. There will be a lot of 2x4 farmers who should hopefully dump a bunch of cheap mats for us. Can I just buy the spools? Because that'll save me wasting a bunch of time on unraveling. All right, there we go. Let's just buy 1,000 of them and we'll figure it out that way. Because I also, from what I recall, I also remember there were a lot of people who were just AFK unraveling in early Dragonflight as well. So my hope is that not only will Weaver Cloth be easy to come by from crafters, but also just straight up these spools of Weaver threads, which will save me some time. I'm running on an ultra wide. Does it look weird on the stream? I have thought about like just cropping the stream to being like a normal, like whatever the normal resolution is, 16:9 or whatever. Yeah, to be honest though, like in my experience, when it comes to like screen real estate, there's never enough, right? I do kind of miss having two monitors. Um, because in my previous job, like at the office, we had two monitors. At home, I've always had one. Previously, I had like a large 32-inch, but that was like a regular, like wasn't an ultra wide. Um, and then yeah, a couple months ago, I decided to go bite the bullet and get like and get into ultra wide, and now anytime I look at a screen that is like narrower, I just kind of feel like it's too cramped. But even on this screen, I do find myself wishing like I had another screen. I mean, to be fair, I have like chat and my stream deck and everything on my iPad. So that's sort of how I'm getting around that. But yeah, I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's anything like too much screen real estate. I mean, I do actually have an Oculus, and so I have considered like potentially using that to like have more screens. But that also that feels like real life degen stuff. You know what I mean? I already feel like sometimes when I'm multi-boxing, I'm like, what am I doing? Like this is ridiculous. But having the ultra wide is kind of nice for that because I can kind of have one character like on half the screen and another character on the other half of the screen. I'm also trying to. I mean, low key, I'm trying to see if delve farming with like multi-boxing is going to be a good call. Have you played around much with the delves? Because I've done maybe 2 delves through the entirety of the beta. And yeah, the rewards didn't, I don't know, felt a little bit lackluster. But that said, there is that quest, there is the like weekly quest that rewards, I cannot for the life of me remember any of the names of the currencies, but there is a weekly delve quest that's per character that will give you what do you call it, some of that currency that you can spend to buy a chest. So basically per 2 characters that you take through that weekly quest, you will get enough of the reward to buy a little chest that has some of the blue rare like profession like trade mats. Why am I blanking on that? Yeah, we'll give you basically 2, essentially each character that you take through that quest, if you transfer the currency over to like your main, you can buy a chest in Dornigal that will give you 2 of those rare items. And so I was wondering if that could be another good use of like an alt army, because the delve zone takes super long, but I don't know how feasible it is to like just have one character like AFK at the start while you like run it on your main. Yeah, that's my thinking as well. With the number of like alts that I have at the that I'm gonna like that I already have and that I'm gonna have at the end of Remix, like leveling up all of them is gonna be a bit of a pain. Are there any advantages, by the way? You'd probably be the right person to ask about this. Are there any like major advantages to having alts at level 80 from a profession standpoint? Or is, and the same question I suppose goes for level 70. Like are level 6, because you can learn the professions at level 68 and presumably you can do the intro quest at level 68 as well. Is there any advantage to like having characters at level 80? Because I don't think there are any world quests for professions this time around, right? It's just the crafting orders is the only weekly quest, or am I mistaken there? I haven't spent enough time on the leveling realms, on the leveling beta realms. I've mainly spent most of my time on the beta just on this, testing things out. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. But I guess that would still be like with the next patch, right? Although I guess there are some of the recipes, I don't remember them off the top of my head, that do drop from like dungeons or like from what do you call it? That drop from freaking the like delve chests at the end. Although I think most of those are BOE. So those you could probably farm them on your main or just buy them off the auction house and you don't need to level them up. Like this one, like this heavy trunk, I don't know if you can, like, can you get this on a level 70? I don't know. I'm in two minds. On one hand, like, I mean, my main goal for early access is just going to be to get my main to level 80, right? And then if I can do another character as well, maybe. But that's more for kicks and giggles. I don't think from a gold making perspective it's necessarily going to be like a huge advantage, unless I'm mistaken. All right, and we're just going to continue doing the first crafts here, and that should hopefully give us enough. Yeah, that's my goal as well. Is essentially what it was in Dragonflight. That's basically how I leveled up most of my alts in Dragonflight, the ones that I did prior to Remix or like the launch event. Very few, like I don't think I did more than a couple of quests on any of my alts. I mainly was just doing like the weekly profession quests on them, and that's how they got to level 70 in most cases. Writhing sample. Where are these? Oh, it's probably in this. It's probably in one of the satchels, isn't it? Writhing satchel. Sir, can you point me in the direction of a writhing sample? All right, here we go. Boom. Ooh, yeah. Okay, so never mind. The possibility of like profession cycling to get artisan's acuity probably isn't going to make sense, right? It looks like first craft bonus is only giving us one artisan's acuity each, which means that it's yeah, it's probably not going to be worth it, because it's like there's definitely going to be something else that you can do with your time that'll reward you better in terms of artisan's acuity. $112 hours divided by 92. Sorry, why are we doing 112 hours? Ah, okay. I see. 73 minutes per week. I think well, so what I'm curious about is they have the catch-up mechanism though, right? Like you'll get more crafting orders if you haven't, like if you're not caught up. Oh geez, 16 hours a day. Wow. God bless you. Yeah, but so what are the different weekly knowledge sources? We'll have the weekly quests, right? We'll have the crafting, like the patron crafting orders. I'm trying to get myself to start saying patron crafting orders because I just habitually say NPC crafting orders. There's like the items that drop off of the different mobs and things like that. And then are there any others that I'm missing? I mean, I guess enchanting, it comes from like just disenchanting items or like... Is there a weekly gathering quest as well though? Like where you actually have to go out and, heaven forbid, do some PvE? I'm very much like a city dweller goblin, where I like, if it was left to me, I would never leave Valdrakken and like be perfectly content with that. or I guess now in the War Within, like never have to leave Dornicle. I would be kind of okay with that. What's the zone weekly? I haven't seen those on the leveling realm. Oh, I need to buy more weaver cloth bolts. Who will sell me those? Oh, I need to craft my own weaver cloth bolts, don't I? Oh, yeah. Should probably grab something with crafting speed on it. Okay, I see. Okay, so it is like Dragonflight where you will have to, like I will actually have to take those characters out into the world to do things. I don't love that. I don't love that because what happened very often is that like those characters that I was just doing weekly, like logging on, doing the like the out in the world quests and then logging off on them. Like they would reach like level 65, 67, whatever, and then obviously the mobs would scale to their level, but because of the fact that they were only doing profession quests for XP, they had no gear on them, and so my paladin would just like repeatedly die anytime I tried to attack anything. And I know that that's probably a skill issue, but it's my stream. All right, let's try and be nice to me here. No, I'm kidding. Dirt piles exist. Okay. So the low effort is like 10 additional knowledge points per week. And would you know roughly how, like with high effort, roughly how much that can, like how much that would be? Like how many are you leaving on the table? Or I guess, are you technically leaving them on the table? Because if there is that catch-up mechanism, wouldn't you just get crafting orders the next week in order to like bring you up to speed? Or is that not how the catch-up system's supposed to work? Because to be fair, I suppose I haven't really read anything about, like I don't think I've seen anything officially from Blizzard that says that there's going to be a catch-up system. I think they vaguely like mentioned that there would be a catch-up system, and then I've heard a bunch of rumors that I've started repeating and assuming is correct because I assume someone else has actually looked into it. But I may be mistaken there. Okay, I think essentially since we are going to be pushing into like we are going to be getting to tailoring skill 50 pretty easily, I think the first thing we probably want to do is just pick up the textile treasures tree, right? Like that is on all of our characters, that's going to be the first tree that we want to unlock, unless I'm mistaken, just so that we can start looting Weavercloth bolts directly. Where's our is the profession tools? I want to say is in where is it? Weaving and unraveling. This is the gear tree. This is the cooldown tree. It is in textile treasures, right? Yeah, perfect loop. No, that's the ingenuity tree. Extra threads, resourcefulness, multi-craft. Where is our profession tool tree? Reagents and specialty items. No, I haven't gotten a chance yet. I need to go through and I saw you've been posting a whole bunch of stuff. I need to sit down and go through all your videos. Optional reagent, optional threads, I guess. The severed satchel. Well, specialty items. I remember going through this entire thing on beta the other day. I just don't remember which the tree was that we needed to go down for profession tools. Sorry, Goldson, this must be killing you that you've like actually done 2 full videos on this. Yeah, I'm honestly I'm still trying to figure out exactly how many alts. I watched your video on your like plan for alts, and I need to sit down and do the exact same thing and figure out how many alts I plan on having for each profession. Because I think for each, there's a solid case to be made for at least 3 or 4 alts for each profession. But that also sounds like a crap ton of work. I don't know if my wife's gonna be okay with me playing this game for 16 hours a day. I don't know if I can carve out quite that much time. Closer to launch, I'll probably be able to get more hours in. I've already given her a heads up. I was like War Within is dropping on this date. Like, do not make any plans with me for like the following 2 weeks. Because I kind of just want to know life and play this game for stupid amounts of hours, which, to be fair, she thinks I already do. So she was a little bit concerned that I'm going to be spending even more time. And I was like, no, babe, you don't get it. I need to do this, all right? But hey. All right, so we need to do the first craft bonuses for all of these, which is fine and dandy. But it looks like it's not going to be a great source of artisan's acuity, right? It doesn't look like farming artisan's acuity through first craft bonuses is going to be a good idea. Yeah, fair enough. That is a good point. That is a good point. I think like my wife isn't a gamer in the slightest. So I think that's why she doesn't get like what I'm spending all these hours doing. To begin with, she was like, "Are you escaping? Is it like escapist?" And I was like, "No." Like she was like, "You're pretending to be like a wizard or whatever." And I was like, "No, that's not what I'm doing." I was like, "I don't play on a role-playing server anymore." To be fair, when I did play on a role-playing server, I got guild kicked because I was part of a role-playing guild, right? And I thought it would be fun. I also thought like being on a role-playing guild. Or on a role-playing server was great because of the fact that people would pay a lot more for transmog and stuff like that. And so that's why like back in vanilla, I think this was TBC, because I remember running Karazhan with him. And we like, that was the only time I've ever like properly like done a guild raid in this game, right? In 20 years of playing this game, that was the only time that I like actually was like in a guild and like did a raid with a guild. And I remember they basically kicked me. Well, they said I couldn't come back to any more raids, and then basically pushed me out of the guild because the druid went into tree form, and I did an emote where I pretended to pee on the tree. It was so dumb, and I remember that like everyone in the guild was like, I mean, I was like 13 or 14 at the time, right? So they seemed ancient to me. They were probably realistically like in their late 20s or early 30s. And they everyone freaked out. Like I was like the guild, the what do you call it? The GM like messaged me like, "I can't believe you like don't take our role playing seriously," and like whatever. And I was like, all right, I made an admittedly stupid joke, but I'm a 13-year-old. Like, what did you expect? So yeah, I had to explain to my wife that I don't roleplay, and like I'm not when I'm playing World of Warcraft, I'm not like pretending to be another character. I'm literally just me, except I can suddenly like stitch tailor's coats and like carve jewels. All right, so. Oh yeah, she knows that. She knows that I'm definitely a lot more peaceful when I'm playing video games. I mean, to be fair, I'm not that like hype of a person. Well, it depends. If I'm like drinking or I'm like out partying, then I can be pretty hype. But otherwise, on a day-to-day basis, I'm pretty chill. All right, Storm's Dust. I'm just wondering if we should bother going deep into any of these trees. Wait, so sorry, Golden, help me out here for a second. Do you know if there is a specific tree that like benefits profession equipment in tailoring? I thought there was one, but the more I'm looking through this, the less I'm seeing it. Beyond, I mean, just base skill and like secondary stats. I would assume if there was one, it would probably be the quality fabric one, because this is just a cooldown tree, and this is just gear, right? But I wonder if there's any. Oh, this is why I'm lost without craft sim, because I'm so used to craft sim just telling me right here, which talent tree I need to go into like to get bonus skill here. I forgot how crappy Blizzard's interface actually is in terms of like explaining which node gives you bonus skill to which crafts. Threads of Devotion. Ooh, second embellishments, outfits, back pieces, chest and leg pieces, shoulders, wrists, and belt. I mean, technically, most of the tailoring profession tools kind of come from here anyway, right? Like they're mainly back pieces. I mean, they're called like cloaks and things like that. But I don't know if the game considers them that, right? That's the other thing, is I'm probably going to need An alt that literally just crafts bags. Which, I mean, to be fair, in Dragonflight you had as well, because you would just, like, it was just your character that you maxed out resourcefulness on early on. I feel like the green, I also feel like, and I may be alone in this, but I feel like the green quality and the potentially even the blue quality bags should be able to pop multi-craft. I feel like bags, at least the cheaper bags, are like small enough investments that you should be able to, like, on this green bag. Why can't I proc multi-craft on this? In any case, let's come back to my very janky spreadsheet here. We need 150 artisans acuity and for each of these recipes. So, all right, we figured out that we can't use first craft bonuses as a shuffle to get ourselves a bunch of artisans acuity. Let's look at the feasibility of being able to do that with crafting orders. Though I have a suspicion that that's also not going to work because it is capped at a. Oh no, you're good. Why? Don't stress at all. You're definitely been helping me out a whole bunch, man, with the videos you've been putting out as well. Like, especially with the videos you've been putting out, those have been super useful. Quality fabric, 30 points. Gain 1 skill for various reagents and specialty items. Okay, so there isn't actually like a profession tool specialization. Am I right? Textile treasures will just increase your drop rate. Cool. I'll let the 2x4 farmers invest in that. And then this is just basically stats to all these things, right? Which, again, aren't the only ones that are really going to benefit profession tools is, I guess, the resourcefulness. But yeah, so I guess quality fabric, and then like the path for my profession tool crafter is probably just going to be, I mean, maxing out quality fabric and then going into going straight into resourcefulness, I guess. Right? Because I don't think any of these other, I mean, I guess unraveling and weaving cloth. Well, I do plan on having like just a reagent crafting tailor. I don't know. I keep saying on stream that like I plan on having an alt that just does this and an alt that just does that, but I also do feel like it's gonna be a lot of work. But yeah, I think we figured out that I think like week 1 you can get about 30 points of knowledge. Like, it's fairly simple to get to like 30 knowledge points, right? Between the treasures and the like various weekly tasks. The treasures that we only have thanks to Goldson, by the way. So theoretically we could just max this out on day 1. Is that what you were saying, that like you're the person you? Yeah, that's a good call. That's what I need to do. Do you have any recommended like add-ons for alt management? Because I've been using saved instances, and then of course Trade Skill Master gives me inventory, like helps me with inventory management across all the different characters. And then saved instances, because you can add custom quests to it, is great for that as well. But do you have any other add-ons or like weak auras that you're using to like manage a huge alt army? Because I've been trying to find more of those. Like, there was an add-on that I grabbed called Armory. Altaholic, of course, I've been using for years. Journalator is great. I cannot say enough good things about Journalator. Although I do wish, and I think I've mentioned it on the Discord as well, that like I do wish Journalator, and for that matter Auctionator as well, supported like multiple accounts. And you could, for Auctionator, I suppose it doesn't really matter too much. It would be nice to not have to like scan the auction house manually on each account, but that's not a huge difference. But for Journalator, certainly if I could like combine accounts. I actually need to hop on the Discord because I also wanted to ask Plus Mouse, I think is a developer, right? I wanted to ask Plus Mouse if they can add an option to like figure out your like revenue per realm. Because right now, I mean, to be fair, I have banker alts spread across each of those realms, and so I just do it by character, and I can fairly easily figure out how much I have in sales on each of those realms. But it would be cool if I could just like consolidate the same way it has like by character, by by time or by day or by week or whatever. It would be cool if I could also just like filter by server specifically. Yeah, spreadsheets are the most customizable and the most reliable. The only thing is I know myself, like unless something is in game, I generally tend to not spend the time out of the game to like update it. I do agree with you though. It is handy to have it and like be able to work on it on Tuesdays when realms are down. Oh, did I jot down how many knowledge points we get from just first craft bonuses? Okay, yeah, I did. So for tailoring, we get 29 knowledge points from first craft bonuses and then 18 knowledge points from the treasures, right? Or is it 12 from the treasures? Did I do the math wrong? No, it is. It's 18 knowledge points from the treasures, right? 24 from the treasures. Okay, so my math is completely wrong here. All right, let me update my notes here. I don't even know why I'm taking notes if they're this crap. Why am I even bothering to write things down if I'm writing down the wrong freaking thing? Jeez. All right. Let me see where else I wrote down 18 knowledge points from treasures. To be fair, I was gonna fly around and like try and find them on the beta and stuff like that, but your video already covered it, so I was like, whenever I need to do this on live realms, I'll literally just open up your video and do it that way, because you're literally doing them in real time as well. I like that you like didn't edit out the parts in between, so I don't need to like keep pausing it. I can literally just do it and follow it along in real time. Yeah, so we'll be able to max out this tree. I guess there's not really much else to test out in this. I suppose I did want to test out whether the patron craft orders are restricted to the per character. Yeah, I think those are going to do really well next week, especially once, because with all those videos, I feel like having them created before people need them is the move. Like I was planning on having more content, I was planning on putting together some videos specifically for the War Within Professions and stuff like that. But I just didn't get around to it, and now there's so much content out there that I'm like, am I really going to be adding much of value? And as you can tell from the stream and the number of questions I've asked you already, I think I don't know that I can necessarily speak authoritatively about the War Within Professions to the degree that I probably should be at to really add value. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna take a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, and we're back. So, I probably will have to run some dungeons on these characters to like pick up the chef's hat and stuff. I'm still not a fan of the idea that cooking profession tools require artisan's acuity as well. I feel like the cooking and fishing tools shouldn't require artisan's acuity. Like either make it something that you like get from cooking or that you get from fishing, but I shouldn't have to prioritize, like I shouldn't have to deprioritize one of my main trade skills in order to like level up a oh damn. You're saying that the Twitter link isn't working? Okay, I need to update that. Let me jot that down in my to-do list here. I think I need to update all of those, like all of the chatbots in any case. Yeah, I set the chatbots up a while ago, and I haven't. To be fair, I've been meaning to update them in general. But thank you for the heads up. I'll make sure to do that right after the stream. All right, what was I trying to do? I was trying to see if we complete a bunch of these crafting orders. Are we then? Yeah, that was the other thing my wife didn't get. She was like, why are you using a spreadsheet and a notebook to play a game? And I was like, because it's fun that way. But I guess she like she sees me using Excel so much in my day job that that I guess it just looks like more work to her. Oh, fair enough. Now my wife, my wife's definitely at the stage where she can appreciate a good Excel spreadsheet, because she uses them quite a bit in her work as well. All right, why is this taking me so long to figure out what I'm trying to do? All right, let's just pick up all these recipes. We're testing out crafting orders and seeing if we can use them to like shuffle. Are they? I thought I saw the recipes on here for the tailoring recipes. Are they not? Is it a different vendor that has them? Or can we just not craft? Can I just not craft the profession equipment on this realm? I see all the enchanting ones on here, but for whatever reason, it's not showing me the tailoring ones. So where am I supposed to get the tailoring ones? Do I just not have enough skill? But I don't have. I have 6 skill in enchanting, and it's still showing up those recipes. Artisan's gardening hat is one of the 150 artisan's acuity recipes. If I can't buy them off of this guy, then where am I supposed to get them on this realm? Or am I just not supposed to get them on this realm? Maybe that's what's going on. Okay, let's go to the crafting orders that we actually that we do know the recipes for, and I'm gonna try and see if we can rotate through how many of these before. Oh, screw it. We'll just use a concentration. It's the test realm anyway. No, I'm not trying to level up. I'm trying to see what happens if it makes sense to do a sort of craft, like an NPC crafting order shuffle, where like I'd pick up a profession on an alt, complete as many of the easy crafting orders as I can to grab artisan's acuity and then drop the profession, pick up another profession, and do the same thing. Have you tried that out by any chance? Because someone on Reddit was telling me that no, it's limited, and basically if you have a total of 24 NPC crafting orders that your character will be assigned in the given 3.5 day cycle. And so if you complete, let's say 6 of them in tailoring, you'll have 6 fewer in whichever other profession you pick up after that. So I'm trying to see, let's see if we can do 6 of them here, and then and then we can swap to another profession and test it out that way. Do you feel any kind of way about how you're going to use up your early concentration? Because my thinking is it's probably worth it to just use them up to complete the crafting orders, right? And push skill, like and get more artisan's acuity and push more skill. Oh, I forgot that the rewards come in the mailbox. So I was like, how do I still only have 8 artisan's acuity? Okay, so we got about 68, and then we get 200 from that starting quest. Are there any other like simple tailoring ones? I think everything else is then like these are all harder to get recipes, right? Yeah, these all require like knowledge point investments or artisan's acuity to like learn the recipes, or a lucky drop in this case. All right, let's go ahead and drop tailoring. So we have 6 patron work orders left here. Let's drop tailoring. Yeah, I noticed that on the live realms once the pre-patch hit, is that like you can't fulfill crafting orders with warbank materials, which just seems janky. Like either have it work everywhere or have it work nowhere. Are you using your warbank to craft though? Because I play on 2 accounts at any given time, and so I've found it to just be easier to have my like banker account is the one that has access to the warbank, because it's easier to transfer things between realms that way. And then on my main account, I just manually keep the mats that I need on each of those characters. Is it optimal? No, but it just seems a little bit less fiddly. To be fair though, I also do have a guild bank that all of my characters are in, because I managed to snag a guild that someone was selling a couple of years ago for super cheap. That had like 6 tabs in it, and so I've sort of been living with like Warbank Lite for like years at this point. I say a couple of years ago, it's probably like 10 years ago to be fair. Yeah, that's the move. The problem I have is that I never remember to like put things back in the guild bank, and that's the same issue I'm gonna have with the Warbank as well. Right? It's like I'm gonna pull mats out and whatever. But I suppose I should probably get one of those add-ons that has like a checklist in game. And like you were saying, once I've figured out what the tasks are for each of those individual characters, like make sure that I just manually check them off in game. Yeah, having an in-game list would probably be the move. All right, we dropped tailoring. Let's pick up what's another one that's gonna be nice and easy. All right, let's just do leatherworking. I don't think leatherworking is gonna be particularly easy, but I am curious to see how many patron work orders we have. No, we still have the full 12. Although I wonder if that's because of the fact that we have enchanting. Let's maybe try dropping enchanting, or let's do the 3 enchanting ones. Although I'm gonna have to level up enchanting and then like actually bother to do it that way. Let's learn another profession. Let's pick up. Screw it. What else? Let's do blacksmithing. I downloaded I did download an add-on that allowed you to like come up with your own lists in game. I don't remember what it was called, but I do have it installed somewhere. On my retail realm. On retail, let's hop over here. Ooh, I have too many add-ons to like manually go through. Let's do a quick scan, and if I figure out what it was called, then I'll take a look at it. Yeah, I use a boatload of add-ons. Is that what the woe is for? My computer does hate me. To be fair, I like literally like a month ago I had to replace my motherboard and my CPU because they just it wouldn't reliably boot. And I chalk that up to the fact that like in addition to that I tend to like forget to switch off my PC at the end of every single day. And so my PC is just running for super long hours. Well, yeah. I mean, if you think my computer hates me because of the add-ons, it's also because I'm a jackass and try to like I mean, to be fair, that's what I was doing when I first started streaming. I would have my two main accounts on which I had like characters that I was boosting. I had a third account that I would like a third instance of WoW on which I was running a starter account with my level 20 twink on. I was then trying to stream like at different qualities to YouTube and to Twitch, and I was trying to record like the stream version, like a version that didn't have all the like chat and like pop-ups and all that, as well as separately record my camera. And yeah, needless to say, like my computer was just not having it. Like the number of times that the stream would go down. Yeah, I have a 651 here, but that's also mainly because of the fact that I had like it's a very small form factor. And I'm running like a 4070 Super with like an i7. So at some point I probably should upgrade my power supply. The main next upgrade I need to do is I need to buy more hard drive space because I didn't realize how much space gets taken up by recording things. This isn't the list we're looking for, is it? No, this is just a collecting add-on. Where's I may have actually already deleted the add-on just because I wasn't using it, but not mission report plus. What's it called? Yeah, I mean, some of these add-ons are super pointless. Like, I don't know why I have Vault button. Let's go ahead and delete that. I installed it because I thought it may be useful. But I haven't really been using it much, to be fair. And I don't think I'm going to be doing much Vault content on a lot of my alts. Does Method Raid Tools also have a like a task list type thing? I used to use the like Trade Skill Master to-do list, which was handy. But honestly, Trade Skill Master unfortunately is just the state it's at right now. It's very unreliable, I feel like. I may have uninstalled it because I just wasn't using it. Method Raid Tools. Well, yeah, I guess being Method, they probably have a bunch of different widgets and things. Flight log resources tab. Oh, okay. Oh, fight log. I don't know why I read that as flight log. Was it just called to do? Yeah, this. Okay, there we go. NY's to-do list, which just like pops up something like this, where you can set up like an all task list, a daily, a weekly, and stuff like that. Yeah, probably having a second monitor would be the move, because then it's a lot easier to do things in like Excel and stuff like that. I guess the issue isn't having it. I guess it's the ultra wide screen and not having a second monitor is the reason why I prefer tools that have things in game. Because I guess if I had a second monitor, I wouldn't have to like alt tab around a whole bunch. I could just like have a spreadsheet open on that and mark things off and check it there. But yeah, so this is probably going to be the add-on that I use, unless I genuinely do create like a Google Sheets, which may be the move, because like you were saying, you can kind of do that when the servers are down as well, which is handy. And also a lot of times I feel like if I'm doing things in game, I just get distracted by other things in the game itself. It's probably handy for that. All right, now. OBS is open. All right, we were going to try and see. Well, the consortium payouts are just gold and I guess mats, right? Increase the skill by 10, handy. But do these satchels have a chance of dropping artisan security or anything cool? And I guess ideally we would have used these items to get a little bit of extra knowledge points as well, right? That would have been like another 5 knowledge points, I guess. Leatherworking, patron. 12 and 12. It looks like you could probably profession shuffle, at least the way it's working right now. I think, I mean, scandalous to imagine that someone on Reddit would be wrong, but I think that person may have been mistaken, because it does look like when we draw, like we did, what was it? 6 of the tailoring crafting orders. Oh, cool. Thank you so much for stopping up by, Golden. I appreciate it, man. I'm looking forward to your alchemy video tomorrow, and yeah, good luck out there. Thank you, dude. You seem like a cool dude too. Thank you so much for dropping by the stream. Really, really, really appreciate it. Take care. Have fun out there. But yeah, it seems like potentially this crafting, the patron crafting order shuffle could work, assuming you're lucky enough with RNG to get recipes that are simple enough and are just like vendor recipes. You can sort of throw gold at this and get this leveled up, like, and get some extra artisan's acuity and stuff like that. I think probably the move is going to be to just have 1 profession per character. I mean, similar to the way it was with the artisans metal shuffle in Dragonflight, and the artisans consortium rep like shuffle grind thing, where you'd basically, what you would do is you'd pick up double gathering, you'd get all the artisan's acuity from that. You'd then want to shift over to 2 professions, complete the weekly quests, drop them, pick up 2 other professions, complete the weekly quests, get all the rewards, and then eventually you'd want to land on your final profession that you plan on keeping. In this case, I guess if depending on how much time you have, I suppose it is feasible to do that. If you have 1 profession that you really care about, you can just use that second profession slot to like rotate through all the professions on a weekly basis, or on a technically every 3.5 days, and then complete all of these profession quests. But let's do one thing. Let's see what happens. Let's try and complete some of these leatherworking crafting orders. And I guess it would also, as long as you like spec resourcefulness into all of these, like into all of the knowledge points you're getting for those professions, if you put them into resourcefulness, you can also save yourself some gold in re-leveling the professions, because you'll get back a bunch of the mats that you're investing every week. I am kind of annoyed that I figured that out, because now I'm kind of like, I've found the degen way, I just don't like it. God dang it. That's the downside with like figuring out degen ways of doing things, is that like it just sounds like a lot of work. But okay, let's go ahead and try and complete some of these crafting orders, and we'll pick tailoring back up. I wonder if blacksmithing may be a little bit easier for us to go through. Yeah, it looks like crafting core alloys are like the first crafting orders we get, so we can literally do that. At the very least, you want to pick up blacksmithing like once a week, just to get the. Although I would be surprised if these reward artisan's acuity. I'm guessing Blizzard probably had enough of foresight to only make it recipes that you like learn later on. I mean, so essentially you could get another like 60 artisan's acuity by just pushing to about 30, or we'll get 60 artisan's acuity on this guy just by leveling blacksmithing to 60. And along the way, we'll also pick up... Oh, we already have Ironclaw Waitstone? Oh, so you could... I mean, the low effort way is literally just pick up blacksmithing, complete this crafting order. Right, you'll use up concentration. Oh, I am intrigued to see... The concentration's basically free, because you're not planning on using that concentration for anything. Oh... Yeah, so every character is going to kind of want to do this because you can literally come over to the NPC, learn blacksmithing, right? Learn the first 2 recipes, and then you're getting 10 artisans acuity literally just for picking up the profession, right? You'll get 10 artisans acuity, well, 12 artisans acuity just for picking up the profession. All right, so unless they fix this between now and when the game going live in like a week, which I'm skeptical that they will, because I doubt this is like high on their priority list right now. This could be the new meta. I don't love it because I can't, like, all of my main crafters, right, have had their professions since at least probably Mists, right? I mean, my engineer, I don't care about the second profession slot because I only threw alchemy on him so he could do Dracothis transmutes during Dragonflight. So unlearning alchemy on him, my engineer, I'm fine to do that with, right? It's just my main character has jewel crafting and enchanting, and I have a bunch of recipes for enchanting and for jewel crafting that I can't afford to drop. So, I mean, it's Blizzard hasn't really given me a choice there, and that probably means that as much as I want to, my main is probably not going to be the best at crafting anything. It's just hitting me that if I'm purely doing this from a professions and gold making standpoint, then I probably need to change mains, which I'm probably not going to do because I don't like. I still want to have fun with all this, and I just love I love playing my main too much. I have created a bunch of other monks, so I mean, realistically speaking, I could do it without too much effort, right? There wouldn't be a huge difference other than like me knowing that I'm not playing on my main, right? My main's only eye level 502. I could easily grind that out on on another character, and then just go ham on professions on them. But I don't want to do that. I don't feel like doing that. If you are watching live, drop a message in chat. Let me know how you feel about all these difficult choices that Blizzard's putting in front of us. Admittedly, I still think the fact that you need to pick between these is the best. I just kind of want them to go further with the nerf hammer, if I'm being honest, which is probably not fair. But I feel like it's a pretty easy fix on the face of it. But I'm sure there's some back end stuff that I'm not considering, which will determine whether or not Blizzard actually fixes this. If we can get Mantheus to talk about it, they'll probably fix it, because I feel like every time Mantheus makes a video about something, Blizzard is pretty quick to fix it right after that. So it definitely seems like Blizzard's paying attention to Mantheus at the very least. I'm sure there's other content creators out there as well that I'm probably not catching that Blizzard has their eye on. But yeah, I feel like the very simple fix would just be that you're limited to how many NPC craft orders or patron craft orders you get Artisan's Acuity from. And that's sort of just how you fix this issue, right? Because with this, you could basically buy yourself, forget about the knowledge points, you can just buy yourself, at the very least, 10 Artisan's Acuity for the price of 1 crystalline powder, 1 nullstone, and 1 core alloy, and whatever it cost us to learn blacksmithing. Ooh, I wonder if other professions are like that as well. All right, I usually don't record videos on stream. I was tempted to do that for the... No, I'm going to do that separately. All right, we're going to come back and continue testing that in a second. I'm just going to take a quick little break and we'll be right back. If you are watching live, drop a message in chat. Let me know what's up. Follow, subscribe, like, do all the things if you think I've earned it and if you don't mind. But I'll be right back. All right, we are back. We've got our water on deck. Stay hydrated, folks. It's the most important thing. Okay. So, what I was saying is basically what we're doing is we're testing out, we're on the beta realms right now, we're testing out all of the things that Blizzard hasn't nerfed in terms of alt armies, and how we can take advantage of them. And it seems like one thing that we've uncovered that they haven't nerfed yet, they may still nerf it, because I'm assuming we'll probably get a couple more hot fixes and patch notes and stuff in the coming days, right, in the lead up to launch. But it seems like you can very easily pick up professions. I mean, we literally just picked up blacksmithing off the trainer, right? And already we have 4 crafting orders that we can complete, that we literally can craft at skill level 1. Now, this works for a couple of different reasons. The first being, we can basically complete all the crafting orders that we can learn with profession, just off the trainer, right? Which is a total of, I think, 6 of these, right? Proficient blacksmith's hammer, I think this is also, yeah, that's also off the trainer. So the lowest effort version of this is you literally just pick up the profession, you complete these 2 core alloy ones and the Ironclaw Waitstone ones, and you will be rewarded with, are these 1 or 2? 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7/8, 8 8 artisan's acuity from those, plus the first craft bonuses, plus another 10, what is it, 10, plus another 70 artisan's acuity. So literally just by swapping professions, if you have the gold to buy enough mats to do this, well, even if you don't have that much gold to begin with, you can easily buy yourself about 15 artisan's acuity per profession. I'm assuming it'll work the same way for the others. We'll test that out in a second. Do I have profession shopping lists enabled on the beta? Because I need to figure out all the mats that I need, and this is going to be... All right, let's swap over to the retail beta, and let's go ahead and throw profession shopping list on here as well. Because I can't be bothered to like memorize all of the mats that I need. Although I suppose what I can do is I can just come over to this guy and buy those bags that have like all of the mats that you need for all of the professions, and then we can cycle through all of the different professions and figure out what we're doing in terms of crafting orders and which ones it sort of makes sense for. I mean, it is RNG dependent, to be fair, so this may not work. Like, yeah, you are going to be relying on RNG to be in your favor, which is always fun. We wanted to enable profession shopping list, which won't show up here until we reload the interface. But I wanted to come to options and set up auto loot. And I'm not going to bother with a bag add-on, even though this is... So please do not mind how messy my bags are about to become, because I'm going to have 1,000,001 different random mats that are completely randomly organized. But okay, so far what we've done is we did tailoring. We leveled tailoring to like 25 skill, and we completed the simple crafting orders there, right? And from that we got... Oh god, why is it making me manually loot this? And from there we got 68 artisan's acuity. Presumably we could have gotten ourselves a little bit more if we did some more first craft bonuses and pushed a little bit further into tailoring. But yeah, let's say you can get about 70 artisan's acuity from there, right? Oh god, I need auto loot to just work on these satchels because it's going to take forever to manually loot. But we got 70 artisan's acuity from there. And now we can get another 70, at least 70 artisan's acuity from blacksmithing by just doing the first craft bonuses and some crafting orders, right? And presumably if we do this for every single profession, there's still a decent bit of artisan's acuity that you can gather. Let's try and see how far we can push that artisan's acuity. The reason it works as well is because of the fact that your concentration is tied directly to your profession, not to the character. Like it's profession specific. So if we use up all of our concentration for blacksmithing, it's not going to impact, tailoring. When we drop blacksmithing and we pick up tailoring instead, it's not going to impact us. So we can very easily guarantee whatever quality we need to for the NPC craft orders, which is kind of a little broken. And I suppose we will really only know whether or not this works once servers are live, because of the fact that Blizzard does seem to be nerfing things like this. All right, so let's go ahead and start doing these crafting orders. Let's just see how far how much we can get with just level 1 skill, right? We haven't done any of our first craft bonuses. We haven't done anything. Completing each of these crafting orders will give us the first craft bonus. Oh wow, I literally don't even have a blacksmith's hammer on this character. Who has my profession tools? I probably need to craft a whole bunch of these ultimate Nomish army knives as well. Yeah, so the other thing is I also need to figure out, because of the fact that we have what I'm going to call Remixmas. And that's basically remix and Christmas combined into a single word. The reason I'm going to call it that is because if any of you guys played way back in Cataclysm, there was something called Glyphmas, where basically around Christmas, Blizzard changed how glyphs worked in the game. And so everyone had to buy new glyphs. And so scribes just made millions and millions of gold on that, right? I feel our current day version of that is going to be the end of Remix, because all of those characters, all of the hundreds of thousands of, if not millions, of characters that people have leveled up through Mists of Pandaria Remix are going to be converted into regular characters. Now, in doing that, there's going to be a huge opportunity to make just boatloads of gold, right? And so one of the things I want to do is prep for that as well. But we'll do that later on in the stream. Let's first figure out this rotation thing, and then maybe we'll hop onto the live servers and actually start doing some of that work. But I need to jot down that for Remix Mists, Ultimate Nomish Army Knives are going to be another item that we should craft as well, because those will also sell like hotcakes. But essentially anything that we can sell to like a character that's just freshly entered the world at level 70, right, with eye level 467 gear, is going to sell well. I think the PvP gear will sell pretty well, because I think a lot of players, to be fair, the PvP gear as it's crafted in PvE content is only 454, I think. 454, 451. Doesn't really matter. It's a lower eye level than what these remix characters will be getting. So it's not going to be super useful for PvE. That said, I'm sure there are going to be PvPers or people who plan on leveling via PvP who will still pick up the crafted PvP gear, simply because of the fact that when you use that equipment in PvP, it scales to eye level 502. So anyone who's planning on leveling those characters into the War Within through Battlegrounds or like PvP related content, right? I don't know if you can level in arenas, but they're definitely going to want to pick up that kind of stuff. Like, they're going to want to pick up those pieces. Similarly, all of the gear that they get is going to be eye level 467. Whether they keep that or people, transfer over the Warbound equipment that they've bought from the Residual Echoes event, or they're buying BOE gear that's at a higher eye level. Maybe they're big ballers, or they bought a token or two and deck out their remix character in like some high-end gear. They're gonna need enchants, they're gonna need gems, they're gonna need all of the different little consumable items, right? So I expect to see a lot of sales of enchants, a lot of sales of gems, a lot of sales of like leg armors and the neck piece enchants, all of those things. Bags, I think bags are going to sell really, really well on Monday, once all those remix characters get converted, because we did find out that they don't keep the 32 slot bags that they have in remix. Instead, I think they're getting like 22 slot bags or something like that. So we definitely need to craft up a whole bunch of bags. I'm guessing market prices are probably already a little bit inflated. It's probably a little bit late to hop onto the bandwagon now. I did try and prep for this on Monday's stream, I believe. But I already sold through all that inventory, which was probably a bad move on my part, but hey, it is what it is. Like I keep saying, I do things suboptimally so that y'all can do them optimally. Do as I say, not as I do. But yeah, anyways, we'll check that out closer to the end of the stream or later on in the stream. Anyway, we can basically guarantee these crafts. We'll do each of these. We need to make sure that we use the items before we drop the profession so that we get the knowledge point, and more importantly, we get the artisan's acuity from it, right? We'll get 1 artisan's acuity from the first craft bonus, but then for the second knowledge point, we'll need to hit our mailbox and actually use the items, these like flickers and glimmers and things like that, to get extra artisan's acuity there. Iron Claw White Saw. We didn't get crystalline powder. All right, who has my crystalline powder? Nullstone. We opened like a bajillion bags of mats and none of them had crystalline powder. Skeptical. Is there no one selling crystalline powder? I suppose that is also a potential issue that we may run into in trying to do this on this realm specifically. We may test this again on the leveling realms and see how we go. Crystalline powder, there we go. All right, let's do this crafting order. And we are going to be using up a lot of concentration, but it kind of doesn't matter to us because of the fact that we're not planning on actually crafting anything with this guy, right? Ooh, we can't use finishing reagents because we don't have enough skill. And even with concentration, we can only guarantee rank 2. That may be where we run into issues, right? But it doesn't matter because the one that we want to complete, the Artisan's Acuity one, only requires rank 2. I suppose I could buy core alloys off the vendor. All right, let's see how far we can push this character's Artisan's Acuity just from first craft bonuses and from completing these NPC work orders. And let's try and keep it as realistic as possible, right? So I'm not going to buy, like, I'll buy the mats because however we acquire the mats, we'll figure that out on live, right? Whether it's cheap enough to buy, to just buy them off the auction house, or if we want to, if we want to just like farm up the mats ourselves. I probably shouldn't use the best quality bismuth for this. Ah, well, doesn't make a difference. All right. And my little blacksmithing notes that I've taken here says to just craft the alloys until skill level 20 till 15. And then we'll want to, I don't know, I'm in two minds. On one hand, we do, like, the first craft bonuses will give us an additional Artisan's Acuity and some more knowledge points, which will make things cheaper the second time around. Because basically my thinking is, for the characters that are going to be spec'd into, like, crafting profession equipment, right? We want to be able to buy as many profession tool recipes as possible, and those cost 150 Artisan's Acuity each. Now, you'll get 200 Artisan's Acuity from the quest giver in general, right? There's a quest that every character gets once at the start, and that gives you a little bag of mats that gives you 200 Artisan's Acuity. So we know that you can definitely go just hit the vendor and pick up one recipe for a profession tool, right? The question becomes, can we use that character for more than one profession tool? Reason being, if we're going to bother, doing some more high effort stuff, we're going to bother flying around, picking up all the treasures, we're going to try and do a couple of different things on that character, like we're going to put some time into that character, then it probably makes more sense to, and we're going to spend the knowledge points on that character to, like, try and get as many points into the profession tool or profession equipment tree as possible, right? In those cases, there's not really an advantage to just creating a new character each time. It's just more time and energy invested. Since we can't use their Artisan's Acuity to craft to craft profession equipment for other characters in any case, we ideally want to get the most out of each alt as possible, right? So my thinking is, if we can do this little crafting order shuffle and get ourselves a whole bunch more Artisan's Acuity that way, right? Let's not show the unlearned. Let's just show the learned ones. I have a feeling that's probably the time gate. It's just gonna be really expensive to try and craft ourselves better quality mats to get the Artisan's Acuity. Maybe that's how they've gated it a bit. Although this is only one blacksmithing knowledge, which isn't, I mean, that's only one Artisan's Acuity, so this is probably not going to be worth it, right? Because we have to guarantee this at rank 3, which will mean that we need to use better quality alloys. And even then we need to have a lot more skill and stuff invested into this character. All right, what was the other ones that we wanted to do? Proficient Blacksmith's Hammer. So we need to get to 20 skill, and we'll do that we will do the first craft bonuses. I love that I said that right as I did one that didn't have a first craft bonus to it. I do want to see what happens when we drop the profession and pick it back up. You know, what things do we have unlocked? What things do we have access to? Whatever it is. These are most likely not going to be worth it, right? It looks like some of these first crafts are giving me 5 Artisan's Acuity and some of them are just giving me 1. I think it has to do with the item quality that we're producing. And so these may be worth it for the first craft bonus if you're getting 5 Artisan's Acuity. It's the same. I doubt that a charge alloy will cost 5 times as much. Hey Seek, welcome back. What's up, man? Where you been? It's been a couple days. I didn't see you on Monday or Wednesday stream. I got a little worried about you, I'm not gonna lie. Especially because there were a bunch of things that I wanted to tell you. Have you seen all the... Oh, okay, fair enough. You just weren't active in chat. Okay, so you saw that following your advice, and I'm gonna look it up because I don't remember what it's called. After you told me about it, I started running Amir Drasil and Aberrus on a bunch of my alts, and you may hate me for this, but I actually got the embodiment of the blazing to drop. I know you've been farming it for a while. I did it on I did it across 2 lockouts on like 6 different characters, and it dropped for me. And then there was someone in to be fair, there was someone in chat who offered me like I think 50k for it, and I was like, well, they asked if they could buy it off of me, right? And the gold maker to me, I was like, and to be fair, I hadn't looked up what it looked like yet, so I was like, okay, well, I was also running LFR on those characters just because of how quick and painless LFR is right now, and so I was like, okay, I'll get more bullions, and I can use that to gear up the characters a bit. I'll also get some more crests and flight stones and whatever, and I can just push their eye levels a little bit, right? Like I think I was literally in LFR and just like alt tabbing in for the fights and then alt tabbing out and like editing videos or something like that, right? But yeah, the guy offered me like 50,000 gold, and I was like, no, like it's a less than 1% drop rate or whatever in LFR, that too. Like if he had offered me like 500,000 gold, maybe. But to be fair, at this point, it would probably be easier for me to make 500,000 gold than it would be to like try and farm this on a regular basis. So there's enough other things that I can farm instead that I need to farm. I started doing ICC again because I didn't realize that they had added back in a way to like share lockouts between characters. But yeah, so I figured out how to do that, and so last night I literally got like I think 6 or 7 characters through ICC. I also realized that I had a bunch of those like ICC tokens lying around, and so I started buying like tier sets with them. But the other thing I wanted to bring up with you was, remember how I was whining on last Friday's stream about class restricted appearances, like you couldn't learn, like you can't loot paladin tier on your warlock and have it like learn if it's restricted to the class. Well, Blizzard, I don't know if you saw the blue post, but Blizzard basically came out and said that in the first patch post the War Within, that is going to be how like they're going to remove that restriction. So your paladin will be able to, like, whatever class will be able to farm up transmog for whatever other class, which I'm super stoked about. But yeah, I didn't realize how much of a game changer the, like, being able to unlock different different armor types than your own would make for transmog runs. Because I've run ICC at this point, I don't know, probably at least 50 to 60 times, maybe more than that, right? Across, over the years, I'll get into it, I'll run like 25 alts through ICC for a couple of weeks, and then I'll forget about it again. But yeah, so I thought I had most of the like dropped appearances from ICC, and this time, every time I was like running through, I kept, like, every boss I would take out, I would get like 3 or 4 more appearances, which I was super stoked about. So yeah, did you also see the thing about how they're gonna nerf crest costs for alts? I'm stoked for that too, because I guess that will also make it a lot easier to unlock more transmog. What we're doing today is we're on the beta, and we're basically trying to see how we can kind of cheese some of our artisan's acuity by just doing NPC crafting orders. Okay, we gotta get to 40 skill to do this one, which gives us 30 artisan's acuity. So all right, let's get more skill and then do the rest of these crafting orders. To be fair though, Seek, you say you hate me, and then you also had some RNG luck last week. You got what was it? The one that drops off the world boss. First of all, I don't know how you managed to I think it was Draenor, right? Draenor? Rookmar. Why is the loot not showing up? The Solar Spirehawk. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. But that said, how did you even manage to get 1 kill, dude? I tried to park an ult there, and I was like, okay. First of all, I thought it would be like most world bosses where you like just zone in, and the world boss is up, you kill him. Either you get the mount or you don't. No, turns out that there's like, it only spawns every 15 minutes. Even when it spawns, there's like 3 other people camping the dang world boss who refused to join party. Because I tried inviting all of them to party, like everyone who's standing around, I tried inviting them to party so that if one of them tagged it, my hope was that like all of us would get loot, right? They refused to join party, so that sucked. But then also, like, the second I would like hear the like background audio, and like alt tab over, the like Rookmar was already dead and lying on the ground, and then my add-on was telling me I had to wait another 15 minutes. Yeah, so are you just like logged in and like staring at your character the entire time, or do you like alt tab out and then are you just really quick with like alt tabbing back in? I suppose having a macro would also help. It just all seemed like too much like it just seemed like too much effort for me, and I was like, it's a less than 1% drop rate, right? Like there's a bunch of other mounts that are a lot easier to farm that are 1% drop rates that I'm not doing right now, and I was like, once I get all of those is when I'll bother trying to get these super like high effort 1% drop rate mounts. Sorry, gang, give me 1 second. Just gotta reply to a text. All right, shark bait 200 attempts. Jeez. If you don't mind me asking, how much time do you spend playing this game? And do you like raid, and do you like raid or like PvP or anything as well? I mean, just playing WoW in general, I suppose. Fair enough. I'm always, every season, like they drop another sick vicious mount, like the vicious saddle mounts, and I'm like, okay, maybe this will be maybe this will be the season that I will actually bother trying to do some rated content and then see if I can grind out one of those vicious saddles so I can at least pick up one of the like vicious mounts. And then I never actually get around to it. Now there's so many of them that I'm like, I don't know how many seasons I would need to like, how many characters I would need to grind out vicious saddles on in order to get all the mounts. So I've sort of just given up on the idea. Because even now I'm like, well, maybe season one of War Within will be the first like season that I actually bother to do it on. Because these are sick mounts. Like I can't deny it, especially as a horde player. I don't know about the Moon Beast, but Sabertooth, right, with the skull on the back. These are sick. The Arachnophobia mode's not working on this one for some reason. Do we have it switched on? Yeah, fair enough. There is so much content in this game that, like, it does seem kind of restricted to... Okay, we do have Arachnophobia mode on. I guess I just haven't tagged this as an arachnid. The Basilisk is dope. The bear... Almost all of them are just sick as hell, right? Like, I don't think there's any of these... I mean, the Gulper... The Croaker, I guess... is probably my like least favorite. The Gorm, I mean, it's cool, whatever. Kodo, I feel like we have a bunch of Kodos. Raptor's sick as hell though, and I guess this is like a higher resolution Kodo. Scorpion, I mean, I feel like we have enough Scorpion. I have enough Scorpion mounts. The Snail. Okay, this is just the crab model for me. If I had to pick, I'd probably have to go Snail, right? Is that the sickest one? Is that the like most unique one? I guess Warstalker's pretty dope too. But let's say I do grind it out and I get one vicious saddle. What am I spending it on, right? I don't know why I don't know what we're doing right now. I don't know why I'm doing this because I'm probably not going to invest the time it takes to get a saddle. Oh, the Cleft Tooth is sick too. Which one would it be for you, Seek? If you like if Blizzard just like gave you a vicious saddle, right? Which of these are you picking? I may have to go with the Sabertooth, to be honest. I may have to go with it's the Kodo for you. The Kodo is pretty dope. For me, I think it would be the Snail in all honesty. Because I think it's like the most unique model. No, actually no, I don't know. I'm torn. It would either be the Snail. But I don't like I don't like that the Snail doesn't have like a horde flag or a skull like on its back, which was the other one that we just looked at that had. It would probably be the Sabertooth, to be honest. I'm a sucker for cat mounts in general, and the fact that this has both the horde flag and the skull, this would probably be the one that I go with. Moonbeast is kind of cool too, though. Anyway, hopefully this is a decision we actually have to make at some point. Because hopefully I do at some point get around to like grinding enough heroic, not heroic, what is it, rated battlegrounds or whatever it is that you need to do. I suppose I could just pay, like I suppose with all the gold making I do, I think it's more so that actually more than I would like genuinely get into PvP and like try and be good at PvPing it, and like grinding out the mount like by like forming groups and like doing all that stuff, right, and like committing to it. I'd probably just pay someone in gold, of course, in gold. I think I have like checked prices and it was always like 2 or 3 million gold. And I was always like, I don't feel like spending that much right now. But I think it's also because of the fact that it's like 2 or 3 million gold and you also need to like log on. Like you need to be logged on and like accepting queues and stuff for like hours and hours on end, which just sounded really boring. More than the gold price, it was just, I didn't want to spend like 12 hours accepting queues and then being carried through arenas and rated battlegrounds and stuff like that. All right, I'm gonna take a quick little break and then I will be right back. And we'll continue with our little shuffle here, and then we're gonna look at Remixmas, which is what I've decided I'm gonna call it, right? Because there's going to be a boatload of gold to be made with all those remix characters coming online. Heck, just selling profession tools alone, you'll probably make a small fortune. But anyways, we'll look at all that later on the stream. When we're back from break, we're going to finish off this little profession shuffle and see if it actually works as well as I think it will. All right, see you guys in a sec. All right, and we are back. Sorry about that. It's a little bit longer of a break than I intended to take. Okay, so what we're doing is we're going through all the different professions, and we're trying to see if we can use the crafting orders to shuffle more artisans acuity for us. Blizzard has fixed a bunch of the other potential or proposed shuffles. Like previously, you could basically go through and loot all of the knowledge treasures, right, that are located all over Khazalgar, and get some artisan security from that. They nerfed that. Then the idea was that you would send a crafting order to one of your alts, and they would provide the artisan security. Blizzard nerfed that in yesterday's hotfix. And so now, I mean, the goal of this stream was to figure out how else can we use alts to make our profession journey a little bit easier. One of the things we already knew that we could do and that they can't really fix is that you can already save about 150 artisans acuity on your main crafter by still sending a crafting order to an alt. The only difference is now the alt will only be able to essentially help you for the first 150 artisans acuity because of the fact that you won't have to spend that amount on purchasing the recipe, right? That aside, you can probably also make a little bit of extra gold because if that alt is able to craft this accessory, you can probably also sell some crafting orders, right? You can hop in trade chat and craft these for other people, right? And probably also, if you're using a resourcefulness tool, you can also, save some mats that way. That aside, another little shuffle that we've just sort of uncovered here is that the NPC craft orders or the patron craft orders seem to be not restricted to specific professions. What I mean by that is so on tailoring, we did 6 of the crafting orders. When we opened up, we then unlearned tailoring. We learned leatherworking instead, and we still have 12 patron work orders here, right? So, in the case of blacksmithing, it was especially egregious because basically Ironclaw Waitstone, you learn that recipe right at skill level 1. So literally, all you need to do is come learn blacksmithing, and you unlock 4, I think there were 4 crafting orders that you can do right off the jump. You don't need to invest anything. You don't need to do any skill points. Literally, all you have to do is buy the mats that you need for the NPC. And then as long as you can guarantee it using concentration at the quality that you need for the crafting order, you get the reward, right? And the rewards are Tuso. Well, actually, geez, I just realized these instruction items aren't even restricted to the profession you get them from. So this is wins all around. And essentially the best way to maximize each alt's professions is going to be to pick one profession on that character that you keep learned and you're focusing on. And then for the second slot, you're just going to want to rotate through all of the different professions. You could technically, and we're going to unlearn leatherworking in a few here, or we'll unlearn blacksmithing and we'll relearn tailoring. I want to see what we keep, what we don't keep. If we keep recipes and stuff like that, it may make sense to literally just drop all of your professions so that you can do them 2 at a time instead, which is kind of interesting. It is RNG dependent because which patron crafting orders you get is going to depend on RNG, right? But definitely, unless Blizzard fixes this, which they may do, because like I said, they've been nerfing a lot of these different changes. At the same time, they can't really nerf it because it would unfairly sort of penalize people who may, genuinely want to drop blacksmithing for another profession. So there will be a way to exploit this. They could make it less valuable. But the only real way that they can do that is either if they create a whole bunch of separate items like this one, these unraveled instructions, then potentially, basically they would need to make one of each of these for each profession so that it only gives skill in that specific profession. Doesn't look like they've done that, so farming up these, right, you can use these to guarantee higher quality crafts on whichever profession. The other thing is that the artisan's acuity, they could restrict it so that you only get artisans, you only have so many patron crafting orders that give you artisan's acuity. That may be how it works. To be fair, this is only the second profession we've picked up. So it may not be entirely doable, but let's go ahead and do the first craft bonuses and let's push to, I think we need 40 skill to get the next one. But already on this character, even if it works exactly the way it did just now, like even if Blizzard fixes all the things that I just mentioned, it would this method would still work, simply because of the fact that what you would do is you would pick up blacksmithing, do that first crafting order, right, which would give you 11 artisans acuity, one from the first craft bonus, as well as then the 10 that the crafting order itself rewarded. So let's finish off all of our patron crafting orders. Oh wow, it's gone up to 15 patron craft orders just by having more skill. Ooh, okay. Which only really makes it even more worth doing. Because we now got another crafting order for, again, the same item that we just did. Or you know what? No, I think it reset. I think it reset because the reset timer was, 2 minutes ago. All right, so it's just that those expired and we got new ones. In any case, it looks like this is kind of, you can kind of do this. The other reason this works is because concentration is tied to a specific profession, per profession, per character. So if we use up this concentration for blacksmithing, it's not like we don't have it available to us for the other professions. And so, I mean, you ideally want to do these crafting orders. You want to do the ones that reward the most artisan's acuity and cost the least concentration, right? Or one like this is just a gimme, right? This is just, we're not even using, I mean, any better quality mats than we would otherwise. I mean, I guess we are using rank 3 bismuth, which we would use lower tier, but I think we can just guarantee that at rank 2 with the amount of skill we have, and we don't have to use up any concentration at all. But otherwise, you could definitely do this and then come back in a couple days and do the remaining ones as well, right? There's a non-zero amount of artisan security that you can get just from farming it this way, right? And of course, you'll be able to do more of the crafting orders, the more recipes you know, and the more skill points you put into your profession. But fairly easily, you can complete a bunch of these without having even spent it. We haven't even spent a single knowledge point right now, is the crazy part, right? We need to guarantee this at rank 3, which we can't do. This one, we need to have the embellishment slot unlocked and the optional reagent slot, which we can't do. This one we can't guarantee at rank 3, and we don't have the optional reagent slots unlocked, so we can't even accept the crafting order. This one we may be able to... No, never mind. At 515 skill is what's required to guarantee it at rank 3. There's no way we're bridging that gap. All the concentration in the world isn't going to help us there. But let's just continue testing this out, and then we may hop onto another character and test it out there as well, or I may just do that offline. This as well, if we let's see, can we get ourselves a core alloy? Can we guarantee it at a higher rank? I guess we can use up some concentration to create a rank 2 core alloy. And that may be enough to get us into the territory that we can guarantee it at rank 3. Boom, we can do this one as well. Jeez, okay, yeah, so there's a lot we can be doing. We'll take a look at the end how much artisan's acuity we end up with from all this, and how many knowledge points and all that fun stuff. This as well, I guess if we put in a rank 2 core alloy, which we don't, okay, we're out of concentration, so there's not too much more we can do. I guess what we can do is let's do the remaining first craft bonuses, and let's push to 40 skill, because there is one more recipe that we have a crafting order for that we just don't have. We don't have enough skill to learn yet. I'm out of bag space. Brilliant. All right, let's just dump all of our mats into the bank. Because otherwise I'm going to vendor them, and then I'm going to have to buy them back again in a couple of minutes here. This is why I play with bag add-ons, because I'm not going to manually click on all of these, right? We're not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. We're just going to enable Baginator, because that will make our life better. Again, it's not the Adral show unless we mess around with our inventory, with our interface a whole bunch. Oh no, we don't want to do that because we can't use warband reagents in our in crafting orders. Oh no, it's lagging, which probably means that the items have transferred over to, yeah. All right, so we're gonna have to wait for everything to transfer into the war bank, and then we're gonna have to wait for it to up, and it crashed the game for us. Yay! But okay, so if we have gold to throw at the problem, I mean, as is frequently the case in this game, if you have enough gold to throw at a problem, you can really push quite far. But honestly, I don't think this is going to cost that. I don't think this is going to be that much. I don't think this is going to take up that much gold is what I'm trying to say. Especially if you're farming your own mats. I mean, I don't believe in the like farmed it so it's free thing. It may not let us log in because it was saying character already exists with that name, which means that we didn't properly log out, or the game didn't properly log us out from the server. Okay, there we go. We're back. Is this the character that we just did all of this on? Yeah, okay, this is the same character. All right, we got to pull all of our reagents out of the warband bank and move them into our regular bank. Hold up. Wait a minute now. Yo, what? These are BOE? Oh my god. That is crazy. So basically there's these items, right, that give you bonus skill. This is the new replacement for Illustrious Insight. Basically there are these items that you get when you complete crafting orders that will give you bonus skill to a recipe. Now, I was tripping out because I thought they were warband bound, which would have already been insane, right? But now it looks like you can. These are literally just BOE, so we can sell these on the auction house. Oh, geez. Okay, we're gonna need to. We're gonna want to do this like day one. We're gonna want to do this on all of our alts as soon as possible. Okay. Okay. Because there's gonna be, trust you me, there's gonna be a big market for these. Oh, okay. So that's definitely gonna be one of the ways that we want to use up our alt army. I haven't seen anyone talk about this, but if we can sell these, if we can sell bonus skill, especially before people figure out that you can sell them. Jeez, see, and just by doing these first time orders, I mean, okay, you get the payouts, right? And what does a payout give us? It gives us some mats. Let's open a couple of these and see what we get from them. It's just giving us mats, it looks like. It doesn't look like it's giving us anything else, right? There's no gold, there's no like knowledge points or anything else that we're getting from it. Oh, I accidentally dumped all my artisan's acuity into my bank, which I don't want to do. Yeah, because we also got these blue ones that give 20 bonus skill. Ooh. Okay, that's... I did not expect it to work that way. I did not... I did not realize that these items were BOE. Jeez, okay, yeah, so this is definitely the meta for alt armies. Yeah, you want to do as many of these crafting orders as you can. Now, I don't think all of the crafting orders give you those items, and it should be interesting to see whether they are locked at an account level or anything like that. I don't think the public craft orders give you any of those types of rewards. Ironclaw axe. Yeah, this is giving us 5. Let's see. What was the one that I was trying to get to? How can I start this order? Where did I learn Dredger's Developed Defender from? What? Was that a trainer recipe? Oh, it's just the blue item that we're crafting at an epic quality, which is why it threw me off. Oh. I mean, we'd have to unlock, or we don't. We could craft this one as well if we had good enough quality mats. Depending on how cheaply we're able to get mats for all these, there's actually a lot we can do. All right, let's first finish off doing our first craft bonuses, and we made the bag space. That was the whole reason we went to the bank in the first place, right? Let's see how much artisan's acuity we get from that. It looks like some of these are giving us 1, some of them are giving us 5. It seems to be kind of RNG though, because the shoulders gave us 5 artisan's acuity, whereas the shield only gave us 1 artisan's acuity. So I don't think it's related to the end item quality or the regular crafting. Now 5 artisan's acuity is a fairly decent amount, at which point it may be worth doing the first craft bonus on all these crafts if you're able to craft them cheap enough, which at least the cheap first craft bonus items you'd be wanting to craft anyway for the like individual point of artisan's acuity that you get from the first craft bonus. And the knowledge points don't hurt either, right? Because you can definitely put them towards resourcefulness and sort of, if you're planning on relearning this profession and doing this shuffle on this character multiple times, it'll help you the next time you're leveling up your various professions. This also means that we're going to need a boatload of bag space on our alts to just hold on to profession tools for every single profession, because that is going to be the best way to do this. Yep, gotta ban someone. We've got a spammer in chat. Let's go ahead and give me a second. Let me make sure that I strike with the ban hammer here. So strangely enough, I can see the message that I don't want to show up in Restream, but Twitch doesn't want to show it to me for some reason, which is kind of funny. There we go. Gotcha. Banned. Boom. All right. So, yeah, this is super OP. This is super broken. The sanctified alloy, I genuinely don't think we'll be able to craft this anytime early. Also because of the fact that I don't think we've figured out yet where we get this profane tinderbox from. And also there's not going to be much use for these sanctified alloys, at least in my estimation, until the season starts and people have their sparks anyway. Right? Let's do a quick search and see if there's any of these items that require a sanctified alloy that are not spark items. Okay, I guess technically the blacksmithing tool that we craft for ourselves. Repair a weapon or piece of plate armor you have specialized in repairing. I really don't get what the point of this item is. First of all, it seems so expensive to craft, right? And secondly, this is your reward for getting to 100 blacksmithing, is you get to use up 10 of each alloy plus 2 ringing deeps ingots, which are a rare item, right? We're using up 10 epic mats, 22 blue items, and we need 100 skill in order to repair a single piece of item that we've specialized into. Unless I'm really missing something, I guess this is probably reusable. Because I realize it doesn't have any charges on it, or it doesn't say anything like that. So I think this probably you can just repair all of your whatever pieces you specialize in. I don't know though, man. Does repairing gear really add up to that much? Because these mats are probably gonna cost you. I mean, even if we assume each of the alloys you get for 1,000 gold, right? That's like a 40,000 gold item in the first couple of weeks for sure. Potentially going until the next patch. Are you really gonna spend 40,000 gold on repair costs for a single item? And even if you did, would you really want to lock that in? I don't know. I'm hoping that they maybe I'm wrong. I suppose I'm not the target market for this, so it's probably a bit unfair of me to give commentary on this because of the fact that I'm clearly not the target audience. Oh, we should have done this to begin with too. We should have done this to begin with, because we could have done the Everburning Ignition. And putting points into Everburning Ignition, we can get other bonus crafting stats. So potentially on alts that we're doing this for blacksmithing with, the first thing you want to do is unlock Everburning Forge. But it really depends if you're planning on going deeper or like crafting anything else on this character, then you'd want to wait and figure it out that way. All right, what were we doing? First craft bonuses, we've done all of them. Let's come back over to the profession trainer, and let's go ahead and learn the rest of these. And we'll do the first craft bonuses for these as well. I don't know if this will necessarily unlock any more crafting recipes for us. I'm also not 100% certain how it works when you unlearn a profession and relearn a profession. I haven't really done that I don't think I've ever done that in retail, other than like a level 5 character that like I logged onto, realized that they had a profession that I didn't care about, and then learned something else. All right, let's do another one of these knuckles to hit 50 skill. And that unlocks the Forged Framework, which I am guessing is used... Oh, increases ingenuity when crafting. Okay, so this is a finishing reagent. All right, yeah, finishing crafting reagent. Let's do the first craft bonus from that. And then let's come back to the crafting orders tab here and let's see if there's any others that we can do. We can't guarantee that at rank 3. This we can definitely guarantee at rank 2. At rank 2, but we can't add an embellishment, so we can't do that one either. This we can't. This also we need to unlock a slot for. We can do it, but we can't guarantee it at rank 3. And it gives us 2 artisans acuity. So realistically, this is not doable because we don't have enough concentration for it anyway. But just in doing this, we got like 120 artisans acuity just from picking up blacksmithing. Oh, and we haven't even used up all these items. All right, let's use up these items, and that'll give us a little bit more blacksmithing as well. Jeez. Are these? Oh, right, it's 5 artisans acuity per point of knowledge. Oh, so that's even more. Jeez. Okay, yeah, this is the meta. This is the meta, gang. Unless they fix this. And even then, how can they really fix this? There's not really much that they can do to fix this. Right? I mean, they could make it a little bit, they could make it a little bit less lucrative by limiting how many artisans acuity crafting orders you get, but I don't know how complicated that is on their end. I don't know if they can, like, you know what I mean, limit it per... Presumably they should be able to, right? They can limit it by profession. They can certainly, I'm guessing they could just like categorize all of these ones that reward artisans acuity, and bang, you only get so many of these. But hey, even the ones that are just giving you knowledge points, right? Most of these, they need to have a way for characters who change professions to pick up knowledge points and catch up, and the NPC crafting order system is supposed to be the catch-up mechanism, at least in my understanding, right? Dude, this is OP as hell. This is OP as all heck. Because basically you can just pick up different professions, do the NPC crafting orders, right? Pick up all the vendor recipes, push as far as you want into the actual profession itself, right? There may be some of them that yeah, so I mean, like this, we've just picked up leatherworking, right? We haven't learned a dang thing in leatherworking. Just by picking up leatherworking, we've unlocked all 3 of these recipes, and we can use concentration to get ourselves 30 artisans, as much as 30 artisans acuity. Why do I have 38 skill in this? Yeah, something's wonky as all heck here, but 30, 60, 90 artisans acuity for just picking up leatherworking and having mats. Oh, I guess it's because we're looking at rank 3 mats. Let's look at Gloom Chit. I guess if we use crappier mats, right? If we use crappier mats, all right, let's buy crappier mats and let's test it out that way. But even so, I mean, that just means we use up more concentration. It's not the end of the world. Jeez. Okay, this is super broken. This is why I need to spend more time on the beta, y'all. I do not spend enough time on this beta testing things out. But okay, this is a game changer. I mean, after I level my first character to 80, this is probably what I'm going to be doing on all of my alts. Now, I will be doing it like 2 characters at a time because I have 2. Well, I guess not in early access, which is fine, because just for my sanity, I'm kind of glad that I don't have early access on both of my accounts. But conceivably, let's say we pick up the cheapest mats on the auction house, which will be rank 1s, right? At least it should be rank 1s. 30 artisan's acuity plus one of these blue items that gives you 20 bonus skill. That, by the way, is not only tradable to other members of your warband, but is literally BOE. So you can literally send it across to... You can list this on the auction house as a finishing reagent. That is wild. These are going to be worth a pretty penny, right? Because everyone needs more skill. And so if someone's like if a high-end weapon crafter can save themselves at least 20 concentration, right, on a craft that someone else is paying them 20 grand to make, you best believe they're gonna invest heavily in this, right? It comes down to how much they value each point of concentration, and that's probably going to be pretty heavy, right? This item can save you 2 hours of concentration regen. That aside, it can allow you to use alternatively, it could allow you to use cheaper mats. Now, my guess is people figure out pretty early on that you can farm these up pretty easily, and so there may not, like, prices may start coming down pretty quick for it, right? And some of these also, the NPCs giving you the mats, like giving you higher quality mats, right? This is the NPCs giving you rank 2 mats, so they're sort of subsidizing how much concentration you need to use up. I want to see what happens if we just literally do not train anything, right? All we've done is picked up the profession, right? Bought the mats that we need, and completed these crafting orders. Right? We're using up concentration, admittedly. So the only things that we're doing is using up our crafting order slots, and we're using up why is it saying I still have 16 patron crafting orders? That seems kind of wonky. Okay, reset down to 12. And for blacksmithing, it's still at 10. We went through blacksmithing. We did all the ones that we can. Just by doing that, we got to 12 skill, to be fair. And we got 2 artisans, but I guess that's because we haven't really hit the mailbox yet and picked up all those boxes. All right, now just by doing that, we've unlocked a bunch more recipes for leatherworking. I don't care about gold on this character, and I'm more interested in figuring it out, but you could also min-max that and just spend less gold on learning NPC recipe, like trainer recipes. And each of these items that we got here, that's another 15 artisan's acuity that we're getting just from these items, right? Just from using these items that we got from the NPC craft orders. Hoo-wee. Hoo-wee. This is insane. This isn't even something that I was like fully considering doing, just because I didn't think it would be rewarding enough, but we've now seen that the rewards are pretty OP. All right, we went through blacksmithing already, so no point looking at that. Leatherworking, we need to learn some more things. Let's go through. We need to get to 35 to get this one, which is another 10 artisan's acuity. Rank 2 we can definitely swing. 25 we'll get this one, and we can definitely swing rank 2 on this as well with some concentration. That will only give us like 5 of the artisan's acuity though. I'm hoping someone has an add-on to like filter on what the NPC, like on what the rewards are from the NPC crafting order. 25. We need rank 3 to be fair. And we would need rank 3 Verdistant Spores for this to be able to guarantee it at a higher skill level, because it does, the recipe difficulty is 400, which is stupidly high. This one we can easily do. We just have to get to 20 to 30 skill. Ooh-wee. Okay, let's do all of our first craft bonuses. Because my guess is these are going to be profitable. potentially. If not profitable, we can definitely use all this profession equipment that we're crafting. We can use on our alts, so we'll need those items anyway. Like if we can't sell them at a profit, we'll transfer them to another realm and sell them there at a profit. And if we can't do that, then we'll just use them for our alts, right? Because all of our alts are going to need profession tools as well. And to begin with, they can use whatever crappy quality that they're crafted at. It's just more important that they have them than they're actually at the maximum possible item level. Oh, I accidentally crafted 2 of the leather jerkins. But okay, that got us to 25 leatherworking skill, which means we can now pop in here and learn even more recipes, right? First craft bonuses, artisan's acuity that we're getting from there. We're out of gold. We'll use that little item that we have in our bags. Did we dump it in the bank? Okay, yeah, here. This. Oh, it's going to fill up our bags with a bunch of gear, but it'll give us 10,000 gold. Not blacksmithing, leatherworking. Don't know why I clicked on blacksmithing. All right, so that taught us a whole bunch more recipes that we can do for the first craft bonuses, each of which are going to give us artisan's acuity. Right, which is sort of why leatherworking is a little OP at times, because of the fact that you have twice as many recipes, you get twice as many first craft bonuses. Of course, the trade-off there is that you also need twice as many knowledge points to really max out the profession, which is why I'm still trying to gather knowledge points for leatherworking in Dragonflight, right? Because between leather and mail, there's like 2 full trees, and those are the equivalent to a full tree in any other profession, right? Like tailoring or blacksmithing or any of the other gear crafting professions. All right, we did the first craft bonuses. Ideally, we would try and see how many of those we can get away with just by doing crafting orders, right? So that it's sort of a 2-for-1, 2 birds, 1 stone kind of story. At this stage, we could actually unlearn blacksmithing. I need to spend my knowledge points because I want to see what happens. I know that you keep your knowledge points. I don't know if you keep your skill or any recipes that you've unlocked. Viridis and spores. Herbs? Who has these? Botanist? No. Viridis and spores. Does no one have Viridis and spores? Did I skip over him? Did I miss him somewhere? Oh god, I hate having to search beta vendors for mats. Very distant spores. There we go. All right, we can't guarantee this at rank 3, even using concentration. Right? We would need to unlock some other slots, or like some other... We need to unlock something more to do it, is what I'm trying to say. We still have 12 patron work orders. This will pick up at skill level 30. We're at 38 with leatherworking, so we need to hit the NPC and learn the rest of these. So, I mean, this is expensive, but this is a great way to get a lot of artisan's acuity. And hey, you may make back some of that gold just by selling these items, right? The bonus skill items. I would be surprised if people aren't paying about a bunch of gold for those. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna take a quick break, and then we'll continue to explore how OP this is. Heck, we may even hop over to the live realms and see how this all works, because this is great. But anyway, see you guys in a second. If you are watching live, drop a message in chat, like, comment, subscribe, do all the things. Nope, sure enough, I was muted. All right, we are back and we're unmuted, more importantly. I am seeing OBS telling me that we had some rendering lag. Hopefully that hasn't impacted the stream too much. I'm not sure what's causing it, if I'm being honest. Because I'm only running one instance of WoW, which usually we're running more. So I'm not sure what's causing the rendering lag here. But it looks like we are dropping some frames. Anyways, that's probably something for me to analyze after. But okay, there's a bunch of these crafting orders that we can still do. You may be able to pay for this entire shuffle just by selling these items alone. Never mind the artisan's acuity that you're getting, right? This is powerful stuff. So I mean, while Blizzard has fixed a bunch of the ways that you could sort of shuffle things around with characters, and they've nerfed a bunch of the things, they have left a couple of them in here, right? All right, let's see the remaining ones of these. That's 150 artisan's acuity. We can definitely do this crafting order on the character that we're crafting equipment for other characters with, right? The character that buys those recipes, we can definitely do that. And I think the rest of these are, yeah, you need to actually start spending knowledge points into these trees. Now that may, never mind, no, that's still not gonna be worth it. But we actually got all the artisan's acuity rewards that are possible from this. Oh, and I guess we have a couple more trainer recipes. Let's go ahead and learn them anyway. Because theoretically, you would still, I mean, as long as if you're able to craft these at a profit, right? And that's all it takes. All you need to do is be able to craft these profitable, or at least not lose too much gold on crafting them. The first craft bonuses are worth it, because you're getting at least one artisan's acuity where you would otherwise get nothing, right? And you can get as much as 5 artisan's acuity from any of these first crafts. It doesn't seem to be tied to like the difficulty or the recipe or anything like that. Again, maybe there is a system going on like in place here that I'm missing, because of how excited I am about the fact that this actually seems to work. Again, it does remain to be seen whether or not they patch this prior to the game actually going live. So I mean, there's a good chance that this is another one of the things that they come in and try and fix right prior to go live. But essentially, I want to get an idea of, just off of the trainer, how much artisan's acuity can we actually get per character by doing this profession shuffle. Because the other level to this is that you may be able to pick up the profession, the profession crafting order weekly quest. Why am I running over here? Oh, to the mailbox. That's right. We're trying to get over to the mailbox. I don't have my hotkeys set up, so I can't be bothered to figure out where my mount is. Because what we want to do is, before we drop any of the professions, we want to use up all of these leatherworking knowledge items, because those are also going to give us bonus artisan's acuity. If you are watching live, by the way, first of all, welcome. What we're doing on today's stream, just to catch everyone up, is we're basically looking at alt armies now that Blizzard has nerfed a couple of the farms that everyone thought that they were going to do for alts, right? The original idea was you would fly around, pick up all the treasures, and you'd get some artisan's acuity that way, right? The idea was that you would then use that artisan's acuity to craft profession tools for your main. They nerfed that as well. It's still not completely nerfed because of the fact that you would still want to do that so that you can save 150 artisan's acuity on the actual recipe, right? That way you don't have to pick up the recipe on your main. You can pick it up on another character who you value the artisan's acuity less on. And so the 150 artisan's acuity that they would have spent on their tool or on the recipe can go towards their next tool, or towards another recipe, or towards more knowledge points, right? All of which are going to lead to more gold. But it looks like there is still a shuffle that we can do, which is basically the NPC crafting orders, right? The patron crafting orders. We'll test this out on the leveling servers in a sec as well, because I want to see whether or not that works. But I think that's everything we're gonna get out of blacksmithing and leatherworking. So let's go ahead and unlearn leatherworking. And if I come back here and learn blacksmithing again, right? And we have to repurchase all of the vendor recipes that we learned. This time around, we probably wouldn't want to bother doing it because we're not going to get first craft bonuses from it, right? Yeah, none of these have first craft bonuses for us. So we'd only want to pick up recipes that we actually have a crafting order for or that we need in order to level. And I think to level blacksmithing back up, our best bet is going to be probably just doing the weights, the core alloys and stuff like that. But we've kept the knowledge points. So theoretically, if we had spent these knowledge points into, let's say, well, Everburning Forge is probably the way we're going to want to go, right? Because we can use this to max out our resourcefulness. But potentially means of production, right? Is there a tools of the trade? We're going to want to do these trade tools and trade accessories, right? This is going to be where the path we want to go down to begin with. Fortuitous forges when crafting alloys and frameworks. Stonework. You need to put 10 points in to unlock a specialization just through our first craft bonuses and through the patron crafting orders that we did for this character. We got to 42 knowledge points. That's kind of crazy because you'll get another 24 from the treasures, as Golden was telling us on the stream earlier. Which means you can basically max out this. You'd max this out. Gets, what is it? It's like 60 bonus skill, right? Because the tree itself gives you 30 skill. You get another 5 here, 5, 15, 25, right? You can get 55 extra skill towards all this stuff, which will also carry over to when you're re-leveling the profession a second time, let's say. All right, let's go ahead and do this. Let's actually spend these knowledge points. And I'm not even gonna count the knowledge points that we get from the treasures, right? Let's say we just go hard on this itself, right? On this first tree. We now have another 24 plus 12. We have another, what is that? 36 knowledge points that we can spend on either tools of the trade or trade tools or trade accessories. Yeah, I think actually the build that I was recommending was that we go 10 points into this, learn the sub-specialization, go another 10 points in, learn this sub-specialization, probably max out this tree, in all honesty. This is probably going to be the tree that we want to max out on our profession tool crafter, right? After which we'll then unlock both of these. Though I don't think there's any specific magic in, I mean, you just get 5 bonus skill here. The optional reagent's going to be big because we need to be able to craft this item with an optional reagent. So definitely on whoever we're planning on crafting all of our profession tools on, we'll need to unlock this node at least as quickly as possible. But then beyond that, none of these are really helping us too much. The finishing reagent's kind of nice, but that's more of a nice to have than actually required. And well, I was gonna say the other reason we may want to go into one of these other trees is to kind of try and guarantee these at rank 2 with using cheaper mats, right? Because that's how we'll make it profitable to re-level these professions in the future. So if we're just using blacksmithing to shuffle through, then ideally we want to go specifically into this tree and make alloys super cheap to craft, because alloys is going to be how we relearn the profession. And presumably by maxing it, like the quicker we can, right, we go 10 points in here, we only need 15 points in here, so 25, 45. This is where we want to spend our first 45, and we're gonna have like 60. So then after that we can come back here and start filling out this. We can probably max out actually this tree and both of these trees, and that should not only give us multi-craft, which will make re-leveling up blacksmithing profitable, but also give us resourcefulness and skill in the alloys as well. So we'll craft these at higher quality. Ooh, jeez, this is lucrative. This is lucrative, fam. This is, oh, big gold making potential. All right, let's drop leatherworking and blacksmithing to unlearning, and let's pick up 2 other professions and see if this works for all of them. All right, let's do them in the order that they're here, actually, just so I have an easier time to keep in track of it. Alchemy, I have a feeling, will not work as neatly with this. Right, blacksmithing, we did pick up enchanting, but we didn't do any of the crafting orders, and enchanting is also not great for this. I think alchemy and enchanting are actually going to be trashed here for this, because of the fact that they don't really rely on crafting orders, right? What are the patron crafting orders we have? Algari healing potion. Never mind. Never mind. Of course, we're on stream, and so anytime I say anything on stream, the opposite will be true. The opposite will be true, and whatever I just said, the opposite will happen. Now we need to invest some herbs to do our research, and I don't know where we get these. Never mind, we get these from neutralizing concoctions. So let's do the first craft bonus for our Algari healing potion, right? That will give us something that we can neutralize, right? Which will also give us skill. And then that we can use to so we'd have to do a couple of Algari healing potions, to be fair, so that we can neutralize these concoctions. And then that will give us enough to be able to do at least our first wild experimentation. It's, I don't know, let's just pick a random herb here. And that'll give us 3 skill points each, but I think the first one is guaranteed to give us this Algari mana potion recipe. And we're not going to do the first craft bonus for this, because we'll just come over here and have someone pay us to get the first craft bonus on this. Now, this isn't accurate because we would probably not have rank 3. We're not going to have rank 3 of these mats, right? I just can't be bothered to pick up the individual mats. So we'll run out of concentration quicker on live servers than we will on this test realm, right? But we can very easily come in here, spend some concentration, guarantee these at the next quality, right? Complete the order, right? We do the same thing for the healing potions. Each of these are giving us, again, remember, each of these is giving us 1 knowledge point, which if we really want to min-max, we would hit the vendor, we would hit the mailbox, right? We would level up until we unlock the specializations at least once. We'd want to get to 25 so that we can use our specializations, and you'd either want to hit the mailbox in between each of these crafts to pick up that knowledge point and spend it if you can, and also to get that little satchel, because completing these crafting orders will also give you a little satchel that gives you back some mats. All right, so first craft bonus, Algari mana potion. Let's do that. And bubbling Myco Bloom culture, right? And each of these are giving us 1 to 5 artisan's acuity as well for the first craft bonus, which is also kind of OP. Not gonna lie, kind of OP. It's really up to us if we want to do the research, right? If we want to do, the experimentation, because that will allow us to unlock more recipes, right? So presumably, depending on, so something like this, right, where it only requires rank 2, and he's already given us some rank 2 mats, so we wouldn't really need to invest too much on our end to guarantee this at rank 2, right? It's not going to take a whole boat of concentration, but it rewards 30 artisans acuity. We'd probably want to figure out, I think Myco Bloom is the easiest anyway. And so we'd want to do a bunch of Myco Bloom experimentation. Let's do a couple of these and see if we can't unlock that recipe. Because what just happened there? We learned how to craft a new item, but it also glitched out on us. Like it also took out a bunch of our health. I'm not sure if that was supposed to be like it failed. That maybe it was supposed to fail and it just didn't work. Okay, this is where we're now spending artisan's acuity, which is idly not something that we want to do, because the whole point of this is to try and get more artisan's acuity. But I'm guessing there's a cooldown on this. And so if there is, grotesque vial. Now, we'll get a first craft bonus, which could just refund the 5 artisan's acuity that we just spent on that. Did this? Yeah, this has a 24-hour cooldown. So it remains to be seen whether or not this is worth doing, if this is a good way of spending artisan's acuity. Can we get crafting orders for that recipe though? Well, I suppose it's a bit of a gamble, right? It is a bit of a gamble. But okay, let's do a couple more wild experimentations, because these are mats that we can get back. The Korokwe catalysts are BOP. Okay, so now with alchemy, we are at a stage where I think, other than the first craft bonuses that we'll get from these, it's really just a matter of doing a bunch of research to unlock as many recipes as we can. And so this is going to be very expensive, right? Because we are going to slowly, while we're doing this, we are going to learn more and more recipes. 15-minute cooldown. Did we learn how to make because there is an item that you can learn how to make. Where is it? Formulated courage, this one. Oh, but we need to go into alchemical mastery, I think it is. What did it say here? Alchemical mastery 30. Yeah, so basically once we max this out, or no, not max this out, because this has a total of 50. But at 30 we can sort of brute force around the around this buff. So yeah, I mean, basically you'd want to do the wild experimentation as much as you can. I don't think you keep the recipes. In that time, we did unlock one of the recipes that will give us 30 artisans acuity. I think I'm not going to keep, like, I'm not gonna just brute force through this, but you could definitely do that on live. It'll be expensive, but you can do it. Let's see if there's any other recipes. I think all these recipes are going to come from experimentation. Ideally, what you'd want to do is you'd want to look at the ones that only require rank 2, right? Where you can just spend a bit of concentration and get those crafted pretty easily. These Flask of Honor ones are great, but these recipes are going to be expensive, and you're not going to want to use it up on a character that you're planning on unlearning alchemy on in any case, right? So maybe on your like main alchemist, worth doing. On any other character, not really worth, like the juice is just not worth the squeeze. Yeah, alchemy is, you can do it on alchemy. I don't know that I would recommend anyone does this on alchemy though, just because it's so RNG dependent. It is super RNG dependent, right? As to whether or not you're able to make enough off of this for it to make sense. And similarly with enchanting as well. The patron craft orders, enchanting doesn't really rely on crafting orders much, so it's not really something that would make a bunch of sense. All right, let's see if we can, let's see how much artisan's acuity we get from our first craft bonuses though, and from and if it makes sense for us to buy those, to spend knowledge points in order to unlock these gleeful glamours. Because it looks like once we put 5 points into, well, probably about 10 points. Anyways, we need to unlock the talent tree first to do anything going ahead. Let's open up the enchanting window here, and let's just power level enchanting for a second here. So we'll do the first craft bonus, right? This will give us 5 skill, or we will need to do this until we get to 10 skill. Actually, no, we'll get to 10 skill by disenchanting items. So let's just disenchant some of these crafted items we had. Now, ideally, we wouldn't want to do this on every alt. Unless we went disenchant spec. Which I don't know what skill level disenchanting gives you skill until, so maybe we can figure that out as well. I think we have enough items here, and we can probably drop one of our professions and pick up something else instead to push our disenchanting to the max. 1 second. I have been looting another item alongside. Oh, these knowledge point items. Ooh, okay, yeah, we would want to, because each of those are giving us 5 artisans acuity each, right? Yeah, I think that gave us 5 artisans acuity. 475. We use up the fleeting arcane manifestation. No. 485. Yeah, okay, yeah. It is giving us artisan security. It's just lagging in the interface for some reason. Ooh, okay, yeah. So we're gonna need to find like 10 super cheap items at least. Well, maybe even more. We're gonna need to find super cheap items that we can craft or just buy off the auction house, right? That we can disenchant, because it looks like, whew. Yeah, I think you'll get I think you get 6 of these, or 5 or 6 of these blue ones, which each give you 1 artisan's acuity per week, as well as give you, knowledge points, right? It's part of your weekly knowledge points, which is handy. As well as you get one that gives you, once you've gotten all 5 of the blue ones, you will get an epic one that gives you 20 artisan's acuity, OP, and 4 knowledge points. So, and then that's not even including the NPC craft order, the patron craft orders. All right, and we've learned some more things off the trainer here. Let's just learn all of them. To really min-max, we'd only do this the first time so that we save on our training fees, right? But presumably you could just do this park next to the. You could presumably do this just park right next to the trainer, so that you don't need to run back and forth, right? Just have a bag full of mats. They nerfed engineering. So they nerfed engineering scrapping a bit. I was a little bit confused by that, to be honest, because I did test it out on the leveling realms, just using the items that my engineer, like I copied my engineer from retail over to the beta realms, and I happen to have some bolts and stuff like that. I think the main nerf is basically you can no longer, like, they reduce the drop rate of parts for the mount. So there's a crazy engineering mount that's going to cost like 2 million gold or something like that, right? When you were scrapping materials, the way it used to work was you had a chance to have some of the super expensive, like the 200,000 gold a piece mats drop from scrapping old world mats. And that's what they've supposedly nerfed. So basically, now with the old school mats, you'll still get whatever the item is called for engineering that you can use to learn all of your recipes. So they haven't nerfed that part, and you're going to need a bunch of the scrap items for that. The thing that they've nerfed is that you can no longer get mats for the mount from scrapping old world mats. I think you can only get that now. Like, they only have a chance to drop from War Within Khazalgar items that you scrap. So it is a bit of a nerf. But honestly, I didn't even realize that was the main reason people were stockpiling bolts. I literally just thought it was so that you could pick up the recipes real quick. And I think you only need about 12,500 bolts for that. which yeah, sure. So basically right now the way it works is you will still get one piece of green scrap. And the way it works is, give me a second here and we'll look at engineering as well, because I think it's a good point that you brought up engineering, because actually engineering I don't think will work as well for this profession shuffle. We tested out, right, AA shuffle. Let me just jot this down because I am going to forget. I thought I would remember everything that we did on last week's stream, and I clearly didn't, right? We tested it out for tailoring. We tested it out for leatherworking, and we tested it out for blacksmithing. Right, and it worked for all of those. We got to go back to tailoring in a second because I didn't do all the crafting orders for it. Enchanting could work, and alchemy, I think we're kind of mixed. Alchemy, probably not a lot of effort. Well, it works for alchemy. It works for alchemy. Let's just put it that way. For enchanting, it works really well because you can actually get, what was it? 25 plus another 20. 45, you can get at least 45 artisan's acuity just from disenchanting things, which is kind of wild. Yeah, that's objectively kind of wild. But we need to see if it makes sense to push to if it makes sense to push further in order to be able to what was I trying to say? Yeah, in order to be able to spend knowledge points and learn the items in order to freaking unlock, what am I saying, to complete crafting orders for enchanting. And I think it would be because all of these are rewarding artisan's acuity. So this is potentially another 80 artisan's acuity that we can unlock with enchanting. Though these mats do, they are blue mats, so it does look a little pricey. But hey, it works the same as any other profession, right? But sorry, did I answer your question, Seek? So basically, the benefit now is that you basically need scrap in order to learn all of your recipes. And so the fact that it's just a mat that you can have ready to go now, like you can buy them now, or you can craft them or farm them now, just means that basically once the War Within goes live, literally at midnight or whatever time zone you're in, you can fly to Dornigal, right? Do the very first. I would recommend doing the first few intro quests because that'll unlock dragon riding, and actually I think the third quest after you land in Khazalgar will have you dragon ride over to Dornigal anyway. But basically at that point you can just fly directly over to the Khazalgar engineering trainer, learn how to scrap things, and pretty quickly you don't need to farm up that many mats. You can basically unlock, I would say, maybe 80% of your recipes for engineering, which is kind of OP, right? It's the only one that works that way. The way it's supposed to work technically on paper is that, you know, you have like research and stuff that you're doing along the way. If you stockpile bolts or like old world mats, you'll basically unlock all those recipes more or less stat, right? Or at least a whole bunch of them. We'll take a look at it in a second because I do want to shuffle through engineering. Did you catch what I saw? What I've been talking about, by the way? The fact that like the alt shuffle for professions is still super OP. Like that's what's blowing my mind more, is that even after all of the nerfs that they did to like alt armies, on paper at least, right? Like on alt army, well, they didn't nerf alt armies. Isn't really what they did. What they nerfed was just like degen stuff, right? Of flying around and picking up all the treasures and then dropping the professions and picking up other treasures. They nerfed that. And they nerfed the fact that you could send, like, you didn't have to use up your own character's artisan's acuity to craft profession tools. And even that, they didn't fully nerf it because it's still, you still want to do that to save artisan's acuity on your main that you would otherwise spend on the recipe. But the fact that they haven't nerfed this yet, I will say yet, because the fact that they've nerfed those other two things means that someone at Blizzard who's working on this beta is paying attention to some of the other content creators and to Reddit and stuff like that. Like they are actively fixing things that people are talking about doing in like that people are discovering in the beta, which is a good sign. My hope is that even this, to be honest, like as fun as it is and as OP as it feels, I would not fault Blizzard if they nerf this, right? Because this isn't quite as degen. This is kind of the system working the way it should, right? The fact that you can like learn different professions and therefore like get more artisans acuity isn't technically, like, there is a lore reason why like someone who has done a bunch of other professions before would be good at learning new professions and like getting better at whatever profession they finally decide to specialize in, right? That's not that is sort of lore consistent. It does kind of make sense, and I think it is. I don't know if it's necessarily the way that Blizzard intends it to work though, which is the only reason why they could potentially nerf it. But okay, we need to go into ephemerals, enrichments, and equipment, and we need to unlock deceptive decorations. So that's this tree here. We'll unlock this tree, which I think is the right move. Deceptive decorations. So we'll put 5 points in here. And we'll learn this subspecialization. And that'll already unlock a bunch of first craft bonuses for us, right? So this has already paid for itself. Right? Yeah. Because, so this you want to do on every single enchanter. Now the problem is, the reason that you may not want to do this, although even that, I'm trying to think of the cases in which you wouldn't want to do this, right? If you plan on taking 2 of these other trees first, then that's the move. Yeah, then that's probably the move. But even then, I feel like the way to go about it. I mean, ooh, I think in either way, this is sort of like every couple of times, there's a talent tree that pays for itself, right? It happened in Dragonflight where there was an enchanting talent tree that would basically pay for itself. The knowledge points you put in here, you got back because you learned how to do things, right? I think this is going to be one of those trees, right? Because just by all we really did was we put 5 points in here, and we not only got enough first craft bonuses from all these, right? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6. So it's already more than paid for those 6. You've already gotten back the 6 points. The 5 points that you put in here have already more than paid for themselves, and we haven't even put anything into this tree, right? So we've gotten better at all illusions, all equipment, all reagents, and all consumables. And we're just getting started, right? We'll put another 5 points in here, which will make us better at illusions, which admittedly isn't, I don't see that being a huge gold maker. But let's say we do the first craft bonuses on those, right? We learn this. And does this pay for itself as well? Oh, it may just do. It may just do. What? Yeah, because this gave us all 6 of the Alliance ones. Okay, so that's also paid for itself. Gleeful Glamours of the Alliance. Is that... Okay, these are the Gleeful Glamours, which I guess are the allied race ones. And, I mean, at a glance, it looks like there's more than 6 of them, right? Dude, this is sick. I mean, essentially, you can blindly put... I mean, assuming you're able to get the mats cheap enough, right? Because it's well and good that you've unlocked the first craft bonuses for these. But if the Leyline Residue, the Viridescent Spores, and the Storm Dust... The Storm Dust I'm not too worried about. That we can get pretty easily. The Leyline Residue and the Viridescent Spores are blue items. And they come from Herbalism, so it's not like we can get them ourselves. Right? If these are super expensive... Even then you'd want to do this because this is giving you, each of these are going to give you enchanting skill, which is great, right? You'll get the first craft bonus, which will give you knowledge points as well as some artisan's acuity. Now, I don't know if it gives you a bunch of artisan's acuity, admittedly. But hey, you at the very least, you can just come in and do the crafting orders for these, right? And you, okay, we'll spend a little bit of our concentration. Big whoop. But you're getting 30 artisans acuity in return for it, and you're getting your first craft bonus done. Where someone is at least you're not paying for storm dust in the case of that first one. But okay, I want to see how much artisan security do we really get out of all this. Oh, we wanted to see what level we can get enchanting to with just enchanting as well. But I guess we can do that on another character or later on in this attempt. All right, with that done, let's actually hit the mailbox, because I think we have some items here that are pending for us. I want to see how much artisan security I can really get on one character, because if this continues to scale as well as it has been doing, then I am not going to spend any time doing professions on my main in the first couple of weeks. Like it's literally not going to be worth it, because that time is going to be way better spent on any of my alts that don't have any professions on them. Engineering is the only one that I can, like, because I don't care about the second profession slot on that character, I can kind of do whatever, right? I have alchemy on that character right now just because I was doing Dracothis, but I learned alchemy during Dragonflight, and so if I have to unlearn it, you're not going to hear any complaints from me about that. I could not care less about it. Every other profession, every other character, I care about both profession slots, and so I wouldn't be able to like just drop one of the professions to like do this grind. But for my engineer, and definitely for every other profession that I plan on taking seriously. See, this is the problem. It's like the second that they let even a little bit of advantage, and this isn't a little bit of advantage. This is a lot bit of advantage. But the second they do that, the freaking the little voice in the back of my head goes, okay, well, I guess we have to do this now for every single profession to be competitive, because I know that everyone and their mother who I'm competing against is going to be doing this. Okay, it looks like this one, the earthen one is a drop, so that we're not going to come by easily. It's really just this one, which if we put another point in here, we've unlocked alongside like 6 other. Yeah, so it really comes down to if we're able to get mats for these cheap enough. Let's do the rest of these first craft bonuses. And each of those are going to give us artisan's acuity at the very least. If we're lucky, it'll give us 5 artisan's acuity. But they're also giving us knowledge points. Right? Because the only thing I care about more than this Lambo is knowledge. Let me know if anyone got that reference. Ty Lopez. Dude was all over YouTube all the time. And then I thought he stopped running ads, but I didn't realize it was just because I dumb of me, admittedly, but I didn't realize it was just because I had YouTube Premium, and so I just stopped seeing ads in general. So I don't know. Maybe he's still running that same ad. You know, where the dude's like in the garage with the Lambo and he's got a bookshelf behind him. He's talking about how he doesn't care about the Lambo. What he cares more about is the knowledge. That's how I feel when it comes to gold making in the War Within. I don't care about the mounts to begin with. I don't care about the Lambo of mounts. I care more about knowledge points, because that's how I'm gonna make even more gold. All right, so we do want to go into there, but beyond 15 points, these last 5 points, not worth it. Not worth it. Not worth it early on. Not considering what else we can do with those knowledge points instead. Now we're at 48 skill, which means that once we do all of these first craft bonuses, we will unlock a second talent tree anyway, which means that this is definitely the move. This is definitely the move. And then we sort of need to decide where we want to go from there. If we are planning on doing this on a week in, week out basis, like if we are planning on going through this process again on a weekly basis, then I could see the argument being made to make this character into a designated disenchanter. Heck, even if we're not, in all honesty, if we're gonna have enchanting as a throwaway profession on any character, disenchanting is where we want our knowledge points. Simply so that we can disenchant the quest rewards we get, we can disenchant, I don't know, whatever other content we do, right? Like we get random dungeon drops, whatever. The most use we're gonna have for a pocket enchanting is going to be disenchanting. So after we do this for the first time, right, we get our first craft bonuses, right? It's really not like we're going to be doing enchanting on this character ever again. Let's just go ahead and learn all these. And we do need to do all the first craft bonuses, which I'm not stoked for, but we'll do them because I want to understand how much day one, if you have deep pockets, how much artisan's acuity can I get on one single character? And is that enough to like deck out an entire profession? And like, if so, how do I want to build that? Because I have some ideas for how I want to go about doing, like what I would do with that power. Because I think I know what I do. I think what I'm gonna do is probably have one character on each, like one of each of these characters, right, that just deep focuses on a single profession. And all they're going to do is they're going to go through this entire grind, and then finally they're going to end their whole process with one profession that they have, you know, the best quality tools for. They have all of their blue tools for that profession. And I may use that character to craft profession tools for my other characters, but then also to sell to other people, right? Because if I'm able to guarantee a higher quality craft on this, which I will be able to because of the fact that I have better profession tools, right? Bonus skill from that. Plus we have a bunch of knowledge points. Plus we have, it's also wild. It's still blowing my mind that these items are tradable, right? These bonus skill items are tradable. That's OP. That's broken as hell. No, we don't want to see the unlearned. Okay, we learned this one, so we can do this craft order as well. We don't even need to use up concentration for this. Jeez. You'd probably want to rotate through enchanting on a weekly basis as well. We'll drop enchanting in a second here because I want to see if we keep these recipes. If we do, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer to do this every single week. If we keep the recipes. If we don't, different question. Although I don't see how we wouldn't, unless we need to maybe we need to buy them again off the vendor, like off the NPC. But even then, I mean, how much is that really going to cost? 50, 100 gold each? I mean, that's worth it. If there was a vendor that was just selling artisan's acuity for 100 gold, I would take that deal every single minute of the day, right? I mean, admittedly, the entire economy would be then balanced around that, and so it wouldn't be as lucrative. Did major in economics after all. Codified Greenwood. Who the hell has that? Is that just not available? That may not be available on any of these vendors. Because I haven't seen or heard much about that. Oh, Seek, by the way, this is the item I was talking about. These pile of rusted scrap. This is what you can get this from scrapping old world materials. Yeah, and it's yeah, so you need these to learn more recipes and things. All right, actually, that said, I'm going to take a quick little break and we'll be right back and we'll continue going through this because this is OP as all heck. I'm stoked for this. All right, see you guys in a sec. All right, and we are back. Sorry about that. I need to grab a quick little snack. And we got some iced tea on deck as well. I made the mistake of skipping lunch today because I was just running late to start the stream. And yeah, that's catching up with me. Anyway. The codified greenwood. I don't think we were able to find it anywhere, right? Anyway, let's say we did like, I'm just gonna make a difference of like 1 artisan's acuity, right? And 1 more knowledge point, which, to be fair, isn't really gonna impact anything too heavily. See, these are the kinds of shuffles that. Oh, thanks, Zeke. These are the kinds of shuffles that I'm fine doing. I don't know why, but like flying around and like doing the first craft, getting the first craft bonuses from like herbing and mining, I'm not as excited about. But this allows me to just like sit in a city and 30 extra artisans acuity, boom. Sick as hell. Yeah, this is OP as all heck. I do wonder if they'll fix this though. But again, I don't know how I don't even know how they fix it though. Because it's not really something that can be fixed. This is just sort of how the system works, right? Now for alchemy, I don't know where we put our points. I'm guessing we go in here and then we unlock resourcefulness, and that's kind of just what we want to do. Alchemy, I would say probably not worth doing the first craft bonuses and doing the research and stuff like that. Oh, what the heck? Thanks, Seek. Dude, this is why you're the MVP of the stream, by the way. Monday and Wednesday streams, all kinds of things went wrong, right? I was speaking on mute, all kinds of things. I didn't know what was going on. I had questions and I had to pull up Wowhead to answer them. I couldn't rely on you to tell me what was going wrong, man. This is why the stream is infinitely better when you're around. So thank you so much. All right. So, what I was saying was, it's OP as all heck that. I don't know if I got your mount skin, to be fair. I got super lucky with RNG, and literally my first thought was like, "Oh shit, Seek's not gonna be." Like I hope Seek doesn't mind too much. Funnily enough, that was the exact same thing I thought of. I also thought of you when I saw the fact that they're gonna make like class appearances account wide. Because I was also thinking that's probably gonna save you so much time farming all those appearances. I'm wondering if we should bother doing these. All right, no, you know what? Screw it. Let's unlearn this. Let's unlearn enchanting as well, I guess. Right? Or do we want to? No, yeah. Let's unlearn enchanting, and then I want to see if when we relearn enchanting, do we have the glamour recipes just like learned, or do we need to unlock a certain level of enchanting? Like, do we need to get back to a certain level of enchanting skill in order to craft those recipes? No, we don't. Oh, okay. So next week, we can just hop back on here, right? We don't even need to level up enchanting because almost all the crafting orders seem to be this gleeful glamour item, which is, I mean, it is what it is in and of itself. But we can just literally at skill level 1, we can. I mean, as long as we provide the mats, right? As long as we get the mats, which again, all 3 of these are purchasable off the auction house, or we can get them on our main, or whatever else, we can fulfill all of these crafting orders. So, and we got a decent bit, right? Each of these was giving us like 30. So we got 10, we got 30, we got some knowledge points that also give us artisan security. Ooh. Oh, and we got the extra artisan security that we will get on a weekly basis from the items that we got from disenchanting. And if we actually spend, so I mean, now that we've done that once, let's say we put, you know, all the other knowledge points we get on a weekly basis from the book, like from the, not the books, the, what do you call it, from the first craft bonuses, from the crafting orders, right? We're not going to do the knowledge points, probably not going to bother on this. Maybe we grab the ones in Dornigal, just because it's like that'll take 2 seconds. It's flying around to the other zones. It's going to be a pain in the butt. We'll probably pick up all the knowledge points for whatever profession we're planning on actually taking seriously on this character. But let's say we spend all of that, right? And then it'll really come down to, I'm guessing, uncommon utilitarians where we're going to want to go, because we're probably going to craft a bunch of, probably the cheapest thing to disenchant is going to be a green item, right? And then we max out this tree, we max out this, and gradually, yeah, it sort of like builds on itself, which is pretty straightforward. The only other thing I could think is that we probably want to then start investing more points into things that guarantee us being able to craft these at rank 2. Because I think most of these crafting orders do come out at rank 2 for the Gleeful Glamours. And so if we don't need to use up concentration, well and good. Though it's not like we're going to use up the concentration on anything else, because it's enchanting concentration. It's not like we can carry it over to any other trade skill. Although, if these Gleeful, I mean, what I was going to say is we can use them up for just like other enchants, right? And that's sort of what the plan was for like, I mean, that's my main goal of alt army, like gold making in the War Within in general. All right, let's unlearn enchanting. And we haven't spent any artisan's acuity, but we're already at 716 artisan's acuity, which is huge because we haven't gone nearly through all the professions. All right, let's pick up engineering next. Engineering is going to be a more complicated one, but technically one that we can prep for, right? Engineering and inscription, and then we'll do jewel crafting, and we still have jewel crafting. We still have, well, we got to come back to tailoring. And what else? What else am I forgetting? Yeah, that's it. So we only have 2 more like production skills, like professions. And then we have to see for the gathering ones how it works. Give me a second, I'm just gonna hit my air conditioner. All right. Yeah, then we have the gathering professions, and I'm not sure that, I don't know, I'm in 2 minds about those. Because on one hand, that's probably a good way to farm up artisan's acuity. And you could probably pretty quickly get some more artisan's acuity there if you really needed it. But like I said, I'm lazy. I don't like flying around and doing things out in the world. I want to sit in Dornigal and run between the profession trainer and the and the auction house. Maybe the bank. Maybe stop by the bank every now and then. Okay, so I guess neither of these have, neither engineering nor inscription really have any way for you to just kind of start at skill level 5, right? We can, once we learn engineering for the first time, we can definitely stockpile a bunch of this pile of rusted scrap to make it easier on future, like every time else that we want to do it. But I don't think, I don't see engineering working super well for this, because it relies on research, and so I don't think that the shuffle will work as well here. I mean, this will unlock directly at the trainer at 25, but it also says discovery, comprehensively organized ideas, specialization goggles, profession trainer, right? Like there's specialized, I don't know, I think this is a bit confused. This is the PvP. Algari competitors cloth bracers. So does tailoring also have a cloth PvP bracer? Is all I'm gonna say for now, because I'm not certain on that one. Inventing adjustable clock wheel. Yeah, I don't know if let's try and get to 5 skill. Let's see what that does. We get invent, right? We get the handful of bismuth bolts. Cool. And so our first 5 scours itself. So we need 25 rusted piles of rusted scrap, right? My notes look completely chaotic here, but it is what it is. Although actually no, you don't need 25 scrap. As long as you just go pick up the treasure, you'll get more than enough scrap than you need. So yeah, we could do this on a weekly basis, I suppose. Right, we just need to make sure that we stockpile enough scrap to be able to do it the next week. Now, are any of these crafting orders, did we learn it just by doing those first 5 scraps? We'll get the first craft bonuses, right? And that'll give us some artisan's acuity and it'll give us some knowledge points. But is that to any end? Because I have a feeling that all of these recipes are basically going to come from... Well, I mean, we can forget about the PvP ones to begin with, right? All of these research ones, it's not feasible for us to do this on a weekly basis. I mean, it technically, if you scrap 12,500 bolts every week, you could easily do this, but I don't know that it's going to be worth it. You know what I mean? I'm not sure that time is going to be better spent on literally anything else. I like the potion bombs. I'm excited about those. But yeah, high level, I don't think engineering works well for it. Yeah, I mean, without spending a bunch of time on this, like, let's do some more scours and let's see if we unlock any recipes along the way that we can. Was safety switch one of the items here? It is, but we gotta craft it at rank 3, which we're not gonna be able to do. Entropy enhancer. Okay. But again, we need to craft it at rank 3, which we're not gonna be able to do. I'm not sure how determined the first scraps are either. Like, I'm not sure if it definitely seems like they've buffed this. Because we tried it the other day and we weren't learning things as quickly. Right? It took a lot of scouring and we didn't learn nearly as many recipes. But I suppose you could just scour through scrap until you know, you get as many of the recipes as you can. It is still giving us skill, so probably you'd want to... Yeah, so Seek, you were asking, and basically for engineering, skill level 5 is the breakpoint that you need to get to, because once you get to skill level 5, you unlock this ability called Pilfer Through Parts. And so here you can see, here's all the old world mats, right? You have the newer mats that you can use for scrap, but you can also use literally a classic handful of copper bolts, bronze tubes, iron struts, bronze frameworks, wearing bronze gizmos, right? All these items, you can scrap more or less all of them. I actually need to make a shopping list with all of these items to figure out what I can snag for the cheapest in retail right now, because I need to stockpile at least, I want to stockpile at least like, I think you need 12,500 to max out engineering, like to get all the engineering recipes on one character, and I'm probably going to want to stick engineering on a couple of characters. And so I'd rather just have the bolts and things stockpiled now, and then I can always resell them in, like I can always sell them at a premium probably once the War Within's actually live, which would be good. So Actually, I'm sure Wowhead just has a list, right? Pilfer through parts. Let's see, do I need to necessarily like manually put this together? Because I don't think Wowhead's dropped any of their guides, right? Have they dropped profession guides? No. Doesn't look like it. I'm sure Penguin's working on them. Penguin's so good with their content. Anyway, Pilfer through parts. Spell. Okay, hopefully someone's put together a list here. Oh, I should probably pop this into Auctionator, huh? Okay, we may do this on live. So if we get around to live servers later on, we may bother doing that. But yeah, so basically every time you pilfer through parts, it doesn't really matter what parts you use, or we've just been scouring this whole time. Wait, scouring through scraps gave us, yeah, sorry, what am I saying? Of course, scouring through scrap gives us the prototypes. And pilfer through parts gives us scrap. Yeah, as usual. I mean, engineering is just a matter of like, there's gonna be a lot of AFK crafting time. But engineering prints gold. I mean, Dragonflight engineering was goated for gold making. My only question is like, does it make sense to do all of this for like, it makes sense to do it definitely on engineers that I plan on keeping as engineers. I just don't see myself doing this as part of like the shuffle, right? I don't think I would do this on an alt that I'm just planning on dropping engineering on in like 15 minutes, right? Once we've done our crafting orders. And of course, let's just try restarting the beta. Hopefully servers didn't go down or something like that. If it did, then we hop onto retail and we start looking at remix mists, which is what I'm calling the conversion of all of the. Actually, what other holidays, like what other major holiday happens around now? Nothing really, right? But yeah, I mean, basically remix is ending. All those characters are going to be converted into regular characters. And so everyone and their mother is going to be trying to gear them up and enchant their stuff and enchant their gear, buy bags, buy profession tools, buy profession equipment. All sorts. Heck, transmog sales will probably do really well as well. Because a bunch of people have leveled, I mean, like me, I say a bunch of people, I mean, very much including myself in that definition. I've leveled so many alts through Remix that it would be stupid to not, like, yeah, obviously I'm going to need to throw enchants on them. I'm going to need to throw, I mean, I'm pretty cheap, so I'm probably not going to throw enchants on them. Even though I could craft them for myself dirt cheap. I'm probably just not going to bother putting in that much effort because of the fact that mobs fall over in pretty quickly in at eye level 408 on the leveling test realms. So with most of my characters being 460, even if all my characters were 467, I would still not like bother. And most of them are either going to be 467 or closer to 480, 490 or above, just because I've been farming that dang event so much. In engineering, yeah, I mean, I don't think getting to 25 skill is going to be worth it. I think engineering is probably just not worth doing for this rotation, unless I'm missing something. I mean, if there's a crafting order quest for him, then maybe. But even that, I'm kind of skeptical about, to be honest. Inscription may also be in the same boat. Just, I don't like why when they have professions like this that just start off by destroying things, right? Even enchanting, they could have just made you level enchanting by disenchanting things for the first like 15 levels, but they didn't, right? They gave you a recipe, whereas for inscription you have to mill 10 times to begin with. Which I suppose is fair enough. But I don't know, it just seems kind of janky. But okay, we get the apricot ink. Right, let's see what our patron crafting orders are. Because we still have 13 patron crafting orders here. It doesn't seem like it's restricted to each of the professions. Now, depending on where we get the recipes for each of these, inscription may not make sense just because of the fact that it looks like a lot of these recipes cost artisan's acuity to begin with. And so wouldn't really make sense. All right, let's look at what the actual recipes are, right? This we just pick up off the trainer itself. That's 10 artisan's acuity. Probably going to be pretty pricey to craft, right? It requires blue inks, which, I mean, cosmic inks still sell for a pretty penny in Dragonflight, right? And both of these require rank 3, so that we're not doing. Shadow ink we'll learn at 15. This one we can do. It'll give us 1 knowledge point and 5 artisan's acuity. Not worth it. This one requires a delve recipe, which we're not going to do. Inquisitor's crutch. Boundless cipher. I mean, so this is an item we craft for ourselves, right? And some herbs, and we get 30 artisan's acuity. This would be worth doing, and we only have to get to 20 skill anyway, which theoretically we could do by just milling. So this one we want to do. This is worth doing. 30. This requires a specialization, which we're not going to bother with. These will get at 45 skill. And again, they don't really give us much. I mean, they give us knowledge points, right? Presumably if RNG slices a slightly different way. Like if RNG works a slightly different way, and depending on what you RNG into your crafting orders, it could be worth it. But by and large, honestly, I'm even skeptical that it's worth pushing to 15 skill to do this one. I guess it depends if you can do the crafting order quests multiple times. If you can do them for each profession, then it definitely makes sense. But otherwise, if we're just gonna waste a bunch of herbs milling here, I mean, eventually milling will be cheap enough. It's the only question is, can we do this profitably? I think probably it's gonna be a while until it's not profitable to mill things. But okay, we got to 15. We learned shadow ink rather. And we come here, we use upper concentration, right? We do this. We don't have the reagents for it. I can't be bothered to get the reagents. Inquisitor's crutch. I mean, 30 artisan's acuity is nice and all, but we're actually gonna have to do quite a bit of crafting to get there, right? Because milling is already green for us. I don't know if using different mats, it doesn't look like that increases our chance to like get skill from it. So I don't know. It seems like a lot of work for 30 artisan's acuity, especially since we're dripping in other sources, right? Because at a certain point, it just makes more sense to log on to another character and do things on that character instead. So okay, both engineering and inscription kind of weak for this. Alchemy's a degree stronger, but that's just because of the fact that you can get the mana potion recipe, like crafting orders from mana potions, and those you learn more or less instantly, right? Inscription, the bigger issue is that you have to mill a whole bunch, and a lot of these recipes require artisan's acuity in the first place. So, I mean, all of these missives, you're not going to be able to do, right? You can do these ones. Well, but these you can't guarantee at rank 3. So this is also partially just an RNG thing. It'll really depend, rather. But inscription and engineering kind of trash tier for this. All right, what else do we have left? We have. Oh no, that was it, right? We need to go back to tailoring, admittedly, because we didn't do the crafting orders from tailoring. Did we? No, we didn't. All right, and unraveling. I mean, the 2x4 farmers. Golden was saying earlier, was pointing out the fact that like there will be 2x4 farmers who will supply us with cheap enough weaver cloth at some point. All right, while this is scrapping, I'm gonna take a quick little break and we'll be right back. All right, we are back, and hopefully OBS transition us back off the BRB screen. Yep, we're good to go. All right, so we unraveled everything. We got the 10 skill. We learned the other trainer recipes. I don't think any of these have first craft bonuses for us, because ideally we should have done this the first time around, right? Oh, there's another crafting order for weaver cloth bolts. So yeah, even just with the unraveling, we can spend some concentration and complete some more patron work orders. And essentially we're looking for anything that we can just like learn off of the vendor, right? So 35 is our next. Although for 10 artisans acuity, I don't know if it's worth leveling it all the way to 35. This will give us another 10 artisans acuity. Now that we need to like actually spend points into quality fabric for, which we don't want to do. These are like the, yeah, these we have to spend knowledge points to get, so those we're not gonna be able to get easily. PvP recipe, no way. If I learn a PvP recipe, I'm not unlearning the profession soon afterwards. Okay, I think for tailoring, it's looking a little bit less juicy just because of the fact that we did tailoring earlier. And I think we did do 6 of the crafting orders or something. It's just we had 1 or 2 that reset, that like came back after the reset. So let's use up these knowledge point items. That was the main reason we relearned tailoring as well. Yo, hold up though. All right, one second. Let's see where we get to with all of this, right? We've been through all of the professions. We haven't done any of the gathering professions. There's more artisan security that we can get from there. At least about 100 to probably 100, if not a little bit more, per gathering profession, right? So we know we have those sources. Plus, what's not accounted for here is that we get another 200 from the first quest that we do, which is in Dornegal, We can't go there on this character, so we can't get that Artisan's Acuity. Like, we can't complete that quest. But we get another 200 from there. So even without any of the gathering professions, right? Just doing the first craft bonuses and NPC patron craft orders, we are already above 900 Artisan's Acuity. Now, that is significant because that's roughly like 3 or 4 times what your regular, like if we just did this the normal way, it's way more than we would have it that way, right? Let's pretend that this character wants to finally be a tailor, right? That's our ultimate goal. We only need 900 Artisan's Acuity to get all 3 of our blue items. So it still is possible to get all of your blue profession tools, like potentially within early access. And I mean, it remains to be seen. Oh, and we also didn't count any of the like weekly quests, right? I think there's a weekly, like what Goldson was saying earlier on the stream is that there is a weekly quest that you like has you go out into the world. Don't think we'd be doing that because that, I mean, we could, but it would take a lot more effort, which is not something that I'm trying to do with this, right? With this, I'm just trying to get in and out and quickly grab as much Artisan's Acuity off the table as possible. But yeah, it's completely feasible to just stay in Dornegal. We'll hop over to the leveling realms in a second here to see if we can complete the crafting order quest for multiple professions in the same week. I would have to assume you would be able to, right? Because how else are you gonna, like, if you learn tailoring, you completed that quest, and then you realize that you didn't want to have tailoring, did they just expect you to like lose a lockout worth of knowledge points? Hey, Bigwig, or Big W Big. What's up? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? How's your day going? The engineering smelting was part of this process. Engineering smelting? Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by that. We did pick up engineering and we did go through it. Essentially what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out, since they nerfed most of the alt army Artisan's Acuity farms, right? Smelting. All right, wait. Let me pick up engineering and see. I couldn't figure out exactly how to best use. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. And anyone else who's watching live as well, if you feel inclined to follow or like or subscribe or whatever, please do. How do you mean the smelting? We did a bunch of scouring through scraps, but we didn't really get any acuity through there. No, not really. So what I was saying was engineering doesn't really work super well for this, because basically what I've figured out, I think is going to be my strat, is on every single character that I don't care about their professions on, the move is to focus on one profession that we care about, and that profession will keep. The second profession slot, we want to cycle through all the other professions, and you can actually do this right at the NPC, like at the trainer itself. This character is not a good example of it because of the fact that I've already done most of the crafting orders. But for like blacksmithing, the second you learn blacksmithing, you learn how to craft like the alloys, right? You will already have it depends on RNG, of course, how many you have and what the rewards are and stuff like that. But for instance, we picked up blacksmithing, we learned how to create the alloys, and straight away we could come over to a patron crafting order, use up our blacksmithing concentration, and complete the crafting order, which gave us like 30 Artisan's Acuity right off the jump. And so that's super OP because of the fact that basically now all you're doing is you're paying for you're paying for rank 1 mats, and you're getting 30 Artisan's Acuity from it, right? Like that's a great ROI. The issue with engineering is that, first of all, you don't learn any recipes right off the jump. The second thing is that like, can you do some of these crafting orders pretty early on? For sure, but you don't know. It's entirely RNG dependent on how many of these scours you'll have to do. in order to be able to complete any of the crafting orders. And even if you get lucky and you get the right recipe, you may not be able to guarantee it at the quality that the person needs it at, right? So we learned the entropy enhancer recipe through scouring through scrap, which would have gotten us 30 artisans acuity. The problem is that we can only guarantee it at rank 1, and even if we use concentration, we can only guarantee rank 2. So we don't really have any way of actually completing this crafting order. It is very RNG dependent. But definitely for alts, if you're just trying to cycle alts through and get them as much artisan's acuity as possible, engineering is nowhere near as powerful as, I mean, all of the usual suspects are definitely on here, right? All the gear crafting professions are awesome for this. Tailoring, leatherwork, and blacksmithing was great. Enchanting as well, unexpectedly, was pretty good. Alchemy, not so great because you mainly level up at the start by, again, RNG research. Like, you do your experimentation, and depending on the RNG, you know, you may have it fail at the first time, and then you've sort of bricked the profession for 15 minutes, which is downtime. Or you get really lucky, you RNG and get all the right recipes, but then you're going to drop the profession anyway. So you kind of need to get lucky a lot, right? And it's not just luck, it's every single time you have to go through that entire process, which is going to use up a lot of mats and not really give you anything worth keeping as such. I mean, I guess you will get you'll get first craft artisan's acuity, which is between 1 and 5 artisan's acuity. So if you really needed it, you could do that. But honestly, I would say your time's probably going to be better spent just moving over to another profession. So yeah, so for engineering, because of the fact that you're tied to, for engineering and for alchemy, you're tied to research, it doesn't make sense. For inscription, the problem is that you basically have to do a bunch of milling at the start, which isn't a problem in and of itself. The main issue is that like most of the crafting order, like most of the patron crafting orders that we had were for recipes that require you to spend artisan's metal, which again, you don't want to spend artisan's metal. We're trying to farm up as much of it as possible. Also because of the fact that even if spending the artisan's acuity would allow us to complete the crafting order, it's not really repeatable because of the fact that you'll unlearn inscription, you'll lose those recipes, and so you'll, again, next week, if you wanted to complete those crafting orders, you'd have to spend another 150 artisan's acuity. So it just doesn't work. And then, oh, you're welcome. Hopefully that helped. Let me know if you have any more questions though, because I know I can tend to rant sometimes, and sometimes I explain things more complicated than I intend them to be. So hopefully I didn't do that. Whoever smelt it, dealt it. Yeah, what are the... Oh, we didn't do jewel crafting. What am I doing here? All right, so let's unlearn. We forgot to do jewel crafting. I'm skeptical that jewel crafting will work. And I say that kind of tongue-in-cheek because I feel like every time I say something on stream that I think something's going to work a certain way, it always ends up going the opposite. So let's see how we go. Oh, boom. Okay, yeah, jewel crafting does work. I told you if as whatever I say on stream, like whatever I try to predict like 10 seconds later in stream, the opposite's always going to happen. So I might as well just try to anti-jinx it, right? Like I'm better off not jinxing it. But yeah, just by literally, we learned jewel crafting, right? We're 1 out of 100 skill in jewel crafting. That costs us whatever, like 10 gold or 100 gold or something like that, right? And we don't even need to learn any other recipes. We don't need to do anything. We can just pop over to the crafting orders tab here, and we can spend our concentration to get 5 artisan's acuity from this one, right? Oh wow, even more. There's actually already six crafting orders that we can do. These two, I doubt we're going to be able to guarantee rank 3s on. So these ones are kind of pointless, which kind of sucks because they are the ones that have the best rewards. But at the very least, right? 5. I mean, this is 30 easy. This is 30 easy artisan's acuity. Just because each of these will give you 2 knowledge points, right? 2 of these are giving us 2 knowledge points each. The flicker gives you 1, which is 5 artisan's acuity. So this is 15 artisan's acuity. This is another 30 artisan's acuity. Never mind the first craft bonuses. Never mind, you know, probably with... I'm sure there's at least maybe one of these that we can do, either that we'll just pick up off of the trainer. Yeah, at 5 we'll unlock this recipe, and this we can definitely guarantee at rank 2, so that's another 5 artisans acuity here, plus 1 to 5 artisans acuity for the first craft bonus that we'll get off of this. Sorry, 10 artisans acuity here, so 15 for getting jewel crafting level 5. No brainer. Right, we'll probably be able to do that just by doing these crafting orders. Fulfilling these 4 crafting orders, let's go ahead and do that. Right, we'll use up concentration because we don't care about concentration. I mean, we care about concentration, but we'd like what we care more about than jewel crafting concentration on this character is artisan's acuity. And so probably just doing all 4 of these, we'll already hit 5 skill, and some of the mats we don't even have to pay for because the NPC would have included them. Right, and obviously on live, you will have to use up more concentration because of the fact that we won't have rank 3 mats. Right, we can test it out here. Yeah, so I mean, you're not going to be able to do a whole bunch of these because 172 concentration, right? You only have 1,000, but you'll be able to do more than enough to at least complete some of the early crafting orders. And then it really comes down to like how far you want to go in it, and how much you're willing to invest on a weekly basis, and also how much time. I guess also how much time you have and all that sort of jazz. So for these, I mean, we can't, right? We can't guarantee them. Like we're not gonna be able to craft them these easily at rank 3 in week 1. Yeah, I don't see us being able to do that. Right? Quick Amber, this one we can definitely do. Right? Start order, and then 183 artisans acuity. Right? We still got 600 left over. But these ones I don't see us being able to do it, right? Even if we used like tier 3 engraved gem cutters, yeah, there's no way we're unlocking this, right? Unless we spent a bunch of skill, like knowledge points into this, and even then, well, so we need another 20 skill. So I mean, realistically, we could get to the point, but we'd still be using up. I mean, basically, we need 158 to guarantee quality 2. Yeah, I mean, you can do this, but it's definitely not the low effort way of doing it. Which is my goal is to figure out the lowest effort way to maximize my artisan's acuity. And look, it's not like we're gonna get more artisan's acuity. Like, again, more artisan's acuity is always gonna be better. But instead of going deeper into jewel crafting at this point, if we wanted to like sweaty grind more artisan's acuity, the move would be completing the crafting order weekly quests. The move would be, you know, dirt farming or like all the other sources, right? The gathering, like run out around the world and get the first craft bonus from the gathering professions, because each node, every time you discover a new type of node, you will get a first craft bonus from there, and so that'll give you some artisan's acuity. And then also, you know, flying around and dirt farming, you get some knowledge points from that, I believe. I don't think there's any mob drop knowledge points, which is kind of nice because those were always a pain to do in Dragonflight, especially before everyone figured out what all the sources were. I think with the beta we have a bit more insight into all that stuff, but that's certainly not stuff you're gonna have access to week 1. We will potentially. I mean, everything we just did, to my understanding, we can actually do during early access. So you can be at the point, and this is kind of OP. This is not super fair if we're talking from pure gamesmanship perspective, right? You can be at the point by normal launch that you have all 3 of your blue profession tools it's going to take some grinding and it's going to be expensive unless you spend even more time, you know, farming up all the mats that you need yourself. But you can entirely, it's entirely possible to do that. Now, whether or not that matters is sort of up to you. I suppose it also depends on what you're planning on doing with your like perfect profession tools, right? Yeah. But it's entirely, I mean, yeah, it's entirely possible to have at least one character with all blue profession tools. Now, I'm not saying that they're going to be at max quality, because they're probably not going to be. But it's entirely possible to have one, if not more, characters with full blue profession tools during early access itself. Potentially more. I mean, depending on how much you're playing, and depending on if you bother like leveling up your main, because all of this you could do at level 70. You could literally, I mean, if like gathering and mats and stuff weren't an issue, there would be nothing stopping you from logging on to the game, like logging into the War Within for the first time, right? Like it goes live at midnight or whatever your time zone is. It's not midnight for me. It's like 2 a.m. for me, so it's probably sometime in the day if you're watching this in the West. But basically, the second the Kaz Algar goes live, there's nothing stopping you from flying to Dornigal and doing this, which is also kind of OP. Because ideally, what you'd want to do, or at least what I may try to do, the bigger issue you're gonna have is just getting the mats that you need, right? Yeah, that's basically it. Now, when you're farming mobs, I'm trying to think, because if you think of it from the perspective of like, okay, right, when you're running around, you'd ideally want gathering professions because you need to get as many mats as humanly possible, right? Mats are gonna be super expensive. The more you can save on mats, the more of your own mats you can farm up. I mean, the better everything's gonna go for you, right? The less gold you're gonna spend. Not necessarily the better things are gonna go for you, because arguably, if you just buy your mats instead and spend that time crafting, you may be able to turn a better profit off of it. But theoretically, you'd want to have gathering professions on your like main, let's say, if you don't care about the professions that are already there. But close seconds, if you don't want to do a gathering profession, close seconds are tailoring for sure for cloth farming, because cloth only drops for tailors in the War Within, which is a huge change from every other version of this game. And then potentially engineering, because you can loot scrap. But again, that's really only an issue until you get to like 5 skill in engineering, which you can get to actually, I mean, yeah, sort of. Because at that point, if you've pre-prepped, you'll have a bunch of like old world mats that you'll scrap, right? That will give you more than enough scrap that you need. Similarly, you can also just pick up for engineering, the treasures are actually worth doing. Like are worth flying around and picking up, just because of the fact that the knowledge point treasures do also give you, like, I think it's a decent bit of scrap each. We did it on stream on Wednesday. So yeah, that's kind of interesting. All right, let's do this. We figured out that it's entirely possible to get your blue profession tools. You may have to do this on a couple of different characters. Presumably, you would also want to do this on a character that you're not planning on crafting your own profession tools for. And let me pull my spreadsheet back up here. For something like, I mean, potentially not even engineering, really. For something like blacksmithing, right, where there's all of these, I mean, technically you could basically 150, 300, 450, 600, 750. Yeah, I mean, you could basically more or less on day one be able to craft 7 different like profession equipments and be good at it, because you'll have to spec into it, right? You'll have to spec into it. Let's see with the first craft bonus and stuff like that. I do want to test this out because this is definitely going to be one of the first characters I want to do this on, right? One of the first few characters that I'm going to want to do this on is going to be a blacksmith, and that kind of sucks because allies have a natural advantage in blacksmithing, and I don't have any level 70s that have the bonus skill to blacksmithing, which means it'll be slightly less efficient. But okay, we said basically we wouldn't spend all 30 points here. Instead, we'd spend 10 points here. We'd max out this tree. Yes. Yeah. We'd max out this tree. So that we get bonus skills on, so that we get bonus skill to crafting the accessories, and we'd do this. Although no, I think we said we'd do Ever-Burning Forge first, so that you unlock the bonus to ingenuity, and I don't know if we spent any. I don't think we spent any points in this though, right? You unlock the cooldown, but I don't think it gives you anything by in and of itself. It's only once you start spending points in here that it'll actually be of use. But look, we said you'll have another 36 points, so it could very much be the case that you do want to max out all these trees, right? And then minimize how much concentration you need to guarantee it at max quality. But what did we say? We said means of production because of the fact that we unlock. Yeah, you unlock the artisan blacksmith's hammer, which is, I'm guessing, what this item is, right? Yeah, the blacksmithing tool. Yeah, that's a blacksmithing tool, and so we need to be able to put a missive on here, and so for that we do need to unlock this tree first. But that's entirely doable. Like it's entirely possible for us to max this out, especially if we fly around picking up the knowledge point, like the knowledge items. But yeah, you definitely want to take trade tools first, because 5 bonus skill trade accessories is nice, but who gives a damn? You need to be able to craft these with an optional reagent, right? There we go. Now this is something that we can sell to customers and the people will buy. We can't sell them our artisan's acuity anymore, which is fine. Honestly, I still think that's a W change on Blizzard's end. I think that's a really good move. But we can definitely craft both of these at rank 2 potentially if we're frugal with our concentration, right? If this is the last profession that we keep, and we spend all of our knowledge points first, we can craft this at a fairly decent quality without even using concentration. I mean, 2 stars or 3 stars doesn't sound great, but trust me, in week 1 or 2, right? Like that's gonna be pretty good. Should we go ahead and craft one? I want to see what the recraft costs are like. Oh, you know what? Let's do it on the tool. I don't have a missive. It procced ingenuity. Oh, we haven't even unlocked recraft yet. What skill do we unlock recraft at? That's wonky as all heck. That is wonky as all heck. What skill do we learn recraft at? When can we recraft our own? Like, we crafted this item for ourselves, right? We could have potentially used up some concentration on this. I mean, I guess to be fair, we are at 1 skill, which isn't really a fair way of doing this. Let's see what level we relearn recraft equipment at, because I'm guessing we knew how to do it at some point. Is it 10? Is it 15? Is it like, at what point are we considered good enough at our profession to recraft items that we've crafted? I don't know why I'm relearning these. If I was rotating through professions, I wouldn't be doing this. I'm trying to think of which, like, do we have anything? Do we know how to craft anything that stacks? All right. Unfortunately, we are gonna have to wrap up the stream in a few here, because I have something in about 15 minutes that I need to get over to. Anyway, at some point we will remember how to recraft gear. I don't know if there'll be any. I did want to hop onto the leveling realms and see if there's if we're able to do the same sort of profession shuffle on any of these characters, right? I don't think there'll be enough publicly listed crafting orders, and I don't think we could send ourselves crafting orders to complete in order to complete the quest and see if we can complete it for more than 2 professions a week. But that may have to be something that I test out off stream, or that we check out on Monday stream. To be fair, we could do that on Monday stream. I know we usually hop on the beta on Fridays, but considering next week is going to be a crazy week. A noob title. A noob title? What's the title called? Anub. Oh, this one. Oh, that's kind of dope. I play, to be fair though, I play on Illidan US, so, which is like the fullest server, or one of the fullest servers. So like any naming anything is just, I literally just use a random name generator and then hope that name isn't taken. Because sometimes even that will like, it'll recommend a name and then I'll hit create and it'll say that name's already taken, which kind of sucks. Okay, let's filter on learned. Problem is we don't have mats for any of these things. Where did we get bismuth from? Oh, I guess maybe from like the satchels or something. All right, we have the, do we have the profession quest? We do have, I think we should have the, no, we have the mana markets quest. Is it under engineering? Level 3 turn-in. I could have sworn we have a crafting orders alchemy quest. I could have sworn we picked up a quest for Kaz Algar engineering crafting orders though. I may be tripping though. Yeah, fair enough. To be fair, I did actually create a bunch of alts on less populated realms. to level through Remix. I only realized late, like way too late in the game. Because if I had been more on it early on, all of my Remix characters would have been on Fresh Realms, so that I could have created level 58 evokers. Instead, I only figured that out like 12 hours before. Like 12 hours before the servers went down. I made a little video about it, but I think I was the only one who hadn't figured that out. That like the move during Remix was to level characters on new realms so that you could create get a free level 58, right? And then just level them up super quick during the launch event. All right, let's see here. Did we get a quest for this? So I know we can, I mean, just jumping in, right? RNG, this is what I'm saying. We haven't even learned any recipe, like we haven't even gotten more, like we literally have one skill in alchemy right now, right? In Khazalgar alchemy. And we can already help ourselves to a whole bunch of artisan's acuity just from completing each of these, right? And we can easily guarantee them at rank 2, even using complete crap quality mats, just by using up our concentration. And we'll get, and we should get some of those items that will give you bonus skill that we can throw on the auction house. I think they come from these payout bags. But okay, maybe you need to have more skill in a given trade skill in order to get the crafting order quest. Let's fly over to the not having handy notes tell me where everything is kind of the worst. I'm so used to just like looking at icons on the map. Okay, here we go. What's this? Oh, there is a weekly quest for this as well. Okay, so it looks like it doesn't give you all that much though. I mean, even if we could do this for multiple different professions, the difference would be like 5 or 10 additional acuity. So yeah, I mean the engineering one gives us 5 artisans acuity for completing 2 engineering orders. Is it worth doing if you're planning on doing the other, like if you're planning on doing the other NPC crafting orders anyway? For sure. But I don't think this is in and of itself worth doing. Because presumably we could do these with NPC. We could easily do this with the NPC craft orders, right? Do we have all the mats to finish off the alchemy ones? Because then we can do alchemy and then drop alchemy, because that's what my plan is for retail as well for this character. I just need to double check that I am actually on the beta realm. We don't want another mishap like last time where I opened up all of my remix characters main on the live servers, because we were testing out how the experience changes would make remix leveling easier, and I thought I was on the beta realms, but it turned out that I was actually on the flippin' live realms. Where did the alchemy guy? Yeah, here we go. I don't think we have mats to do these. We need gilded vials. We need Myco Bloom. I'm cutting it really tight here. I got something starting in 5 minutes, and I think the person's already here. But where is our auction house? We'll test this out, and then we'll end the stream there. I'm guessing Myco Bloom is gonna be like 500,000 gold, because this beta realm is just goofy like that. Yeah, what did I say? 20,000 gold apiece. Geez, we don't have enough to buy 12 of them. Did I throw my gold into my war bank? I'm surprised this character has this little gold on them. I don't want to drop engineering on this tune because this is my main character. Like this on live realms, this character has engineering, and so I do want to still test out a couple other things on this. All right, so we can't find Myco Bloom. I don't think I'll be able to test out the NPC craft orders just yet. But anyway, so we'll do that on. I'll either test it out off stream and see if we're able to get it. But either way, it's going to make a difference of 5 to 10 artisans acuity. Nothing major, nothing that's worth writing home about. I don't think that they can block you from doing it because of the fact that you need the, like, if it could genuinely happen that you decide to change professions midweek. And so, especially since they're talking about having a catch-up system and stuff like that, it wouldn't really make sense for them to like block you from being able to get it. I get that they give you less artisans acuity for it as a result, right? And I don't think there's any rep tied to it anyway. So it's literally just that knowledge point and like the 5 artisans acuity that comes with it. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense that it wouldn't be super, super relevant. But yeah, I mean, so overall on today's stream, I'm pretty stoked by everything we just found out, right? We figured out that although Blizzard has nerfed a bunch of the different shuffles and like creative ways that we were planning on using alts, there are still a handful of ways that it makes sense, right? The first is that simply buying these profession tool recipes on an alt will already save your main some artisans acuity. So we definitely want to do that, right? That's number one. So we're still going to be sending crafting orders to alts to have them craft our profession equipment, right? So that's takeaway number one. It doesn't change anything in that respect. Number two, we figured out that the NPC craft order, patron craft order shuffle does work, and is super lucrative, right? We ended up on that character with like 760 some odd artisans acuity. We didn't do everything. There were some first craft bonuses that we shied away from. There were we didn't have the quest to pick up another 200 artisans acuity, but we could have even potentially done one less profession, right? And still ended up with 900 artisans acuity, which is a super important amount because of the fact that at 900 artisans acuity is how much you need to get all 3 of your blue profession tools. So essentially on today's stream, we figured out that during early access, I mean, we don't fully know everything that's going to be available in early access, right? Blizzard's being super secretive about it, but there's a good to fair chance that we will be able to deck our character out with all 3 of their blue profession equipment prior to the retail game actually launching for everyone, which is bananas and kind of broken. And unfortunately also something I don't think Blizzard can really fix super easily. The only limitation I could see them applying is that you know, the NPC craft orders, you only get artisans acuity for like, you're limited on how many of those grant artisans acuity directly, but they can't remove sources of knowledge points because they're trying not to penalize people who decide to, like, they can't penalize people who change professions too much beyond the fact that you've already got to pay for mats, you got to pay for it to level the skill up again, you know, all that other stuff. You have to regrind out your recipes and all that jazz. So I think that's probably working as intended. And that's probably how the game's gonna ship, which is kind of wild to me. Anyway, with that said, we're gonna call the stream here. My doorbell just rang, so the person I need to see is already here. I don't know why I'm being so secretive. It's but it is what it is. Anyway, with that said, thank you so much everyone who joined the stream live. Goldzin was on earlier. Seek, thank you as always, man. You're like I keep saying, you're the MVP of this stream. Monday and Wednesday streams, things went wrong all over the place. Big W Big, thank you so much for joining the stream today. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for following. Truly do appreciate it. And basically Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays I stream at roughly 4 p.m. my time, so that's 5.5 hours before now. In whatever time zone you're at, you can check out my Twitch page to see the schedule there, and it should convert into your time zone and so forth as well. But yeah, basically Monday, Wednesday, Fridays we're streaming, and probably next week once the War Within launches and early access is live, I'm probably going to be streaming even more often than that. I haven't fully figured out my schedule for launch week, but I do have early access on one of my accounts, and I do plan on playing as much as I can, but until my eyeballs bleed. But yeah, thank you so much for everyone who joined. Thank you so much for Big W Big. Special thank you to you for dropping a follow. I think we had someone else follow or subscribe earlier on in the stream as well. So thank you to everyone for that. Check out my YouTube channel. I've been putting out a bunch of shorts. I try not to plug my own stuff too much, but I have been putting out a bunch of YouTube shorts that are literally less than a minute guides to a bunch of things that are being removed. Check it out as well, because there's a vendor in the black market auction house that is selling a bunch of cosmetics. I forgot to mention that to you as well. I spent $1.5 million gold on cosmetics at that stupid vendor because of the fact that I had FOMO that I would miss out on like a gold gun and like a gold face mask. So anyways, check out my YouTube channel for that. I'm trying to post one of those short videos every single day, at least between now and launch. And then I may also post some longer form videos. But in any case, it's been 5.5 hours. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great weekend ahead, and good luck out there. Good luck with your prep for the war within, and may the RNG gods be ever in your favor. All right, we're gonna go ahead and end the stream here. Take care. Bye bye.